his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Fluffy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. Today is March 15th. That's right. It's a month until you have to pay the IRS. What a wonderful day that will be. But today is March 15th. It is currently 2:32 in the afternoon, right on time, and we're happy to continue to speak with you. This is our 9th year doing the Sunday live stream every week at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which we do because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in the right of everyone on the planet by birth to be able to speak about the issues that affect you, that are important to you, your country, and of course, the rest of the globe. And that's what we do here. And that's why we reach over 100 different countries every week talking about these issues. And I look forward to speaking with each and every one of you. Remember, folks, this is a conversation that we are having. It is not me just dictating to you. It is a conversation, and you are free to reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble, on Twitter, several different platforms to reach out to us and tell us what you think, whether you agree, you disagree, why, things that you think are important that I may have missed. I'm happy to hear your voice every week. And I thank you guys when you make corrections and update me on things as the show goes on. It is important. Now, this week, we're going to be talking about a couple of different things. And let me make sure I've got that up. And Lunari is the first one with us. Hey, John, good to see that you are here. Thank you for your comment. First one to comment today. So we're going to be handling a lot of news. A lot of it has to do, obviously, with the U.S.-Iran war. But there are questions about terrorism in the United States that need to be addressed, about news media bias that is making you less safe, that is affecting national security. There are issues that are going on about inflation and the economy we should be talking about. And I don't know that they're all getting as much attention as they should be. One of the things that's been completely out of everyone's attention is what's going on in Cuba. We were talking about that before we started having to deal with Iran. And that is a conflict that is very close to home here in the United States. And it may be coming to a resolution rather quickly. And the media seems to be avoiding talking about that and the Americans that are being directly affected by it. We will update you on that news. There's a lot of stuff we're going to talk about, and I look forward to hearing all of your comments, whether you agree or disagree. But I'm going to start off with something I think is, well, it's not the biggest breaking news, of course, but I think it is something that is important. And it's a little off the beaten track for this channel. And as you can see, this is with Mr. Rob Schneider. Mr. Rob
Everybody else gets
Schneider
the here.
is a comedian by trade. You've seen him in various movies like The Water Boy and several others. He's been on SNL and a few other programs, so people know him. And he is active in politics in his personal life. He doesn't really bring that into his acting or his comedy for the most part, but he is very active in politics. And I believe he's a libertarian or an independent, although sometimes people confuse him for being a conservative or Republican. I don't believe he's either of those. He's, I think, libertarian or independent. And as I was getting ready for the show today, and yeah, I do research right up until about 2 minutes before the show goes live. I'm constantly reading news. And I ran into this on X, and I think it's worth listening to for just a moment.
Everything okay?
No.
Are you mad? You okay?
No, he's not mad. No, he is.
You're mad?
Yeah.
That's okay. You know what the cool thing about it in America is? Free speech isn't the speech you like. Nice stuff's not what needs to be protected. It's the stuff that you hate that needs protection, so that somebody like the government or you doesn't get to decide what everybody else gets to hear. Okay? And you're more than welcome to disagree and write an act and get on stage and sell out like I just did. You know?
And I thought that was great. I think that's a great reminder because at this time in the world, we don't hear that very often. In fact, we hear the exact opposite of what Rob Schneider is saying here. We're being told that, no, the only speech that can be, that is protected, the First Amendment, it's what the left likes, whatever matches the progressive socialist ideology that we're seeing in colleges. Well, that's the message you have to say. And any deviation from that, anyone who says anything that isn't exactly what the left would prefer, well, they're the bad guys. They're the problem. And that's an issue. We saw this most recently and perhaps most definitively in New York City this week, actually last week to be exact. While we were on this program, we knew about an attack in New York City with Mayor Mamdani. And, well, rather I should say, at Gracie Mansion under the administration of Mayor Mamdani. Mamdani and his wife were not present. They were not threatened. There was no way they were going to be affected. And there was a protest. And a gentleman named Jake Lang, a candidate, a Republican, and an extremist, given, absolutely true. Mr. Jake Lang went out and he was making statements, as he has in Minnesota and here in New York City and other places around the country, of somewhat extreme nature. Many people may not agree or like anything that Jake Lang had to say, and that's your right. And some of it is repugnant, I have to say. And I said that last week as well. But the thing is, he was using the First Amendment, something that we see here with Rob Schneider, reminding us the First Amendment isn't to protect what I like to hear or what you like to hear or what the left would like to hear. It's to protect the things we don't want to hear. Because it's very easy to say, my words have to be protected, your words can't be. There is always someone who doesn't like what you're saying. Whether you're on the left or the right or anywhere else, there's always someone who will find what you have said offensive or disrespectful or something they just don't like for whatever reason. And so we have to allow people like Jake Lang to make comments. Now, at the same time, I'm perfectly okay with the protesters, the counter protest that occurred at Gracie Mansion against Jake Lang and his extremist rhetoric. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with them saying they disagreed with him. Just like you can have we used to see in Illinois, we saw the KKK and neo-Nazis would go out and they would protest in the 70s, in the 80s, and twice as many people would show up and protest against those extremist groups and say, no, we don't agree with you. Your words are garbage. Your ideology is garbage. And the funny thing is, we've seen people now in the last 20 years, less, in the last 15, 10 years, we've seen groups like Antifa and BLM. They've created riots. They've arsons. We've seen massive arsonist attacks across America. We've seen entire communities burned down, individuals killed in the middle of the streets, like in Dallas and in Brooklyn and across the country, Seattle. We've seen this. And these groups, no one comes out and counter-protests against it. You ever notice that? When the far left goes out to protest, no one else is allowed to protest against them. And in the few cases that we have seen where there is a counter-protest to these groups, well, they are always vilified and demonized by the news media and the left. Oh, you're just being racist. It's racist to say that. How many people have we heard in the last week trying to say that those during that Mandami, New York City incident, a terror attack, where two young men from Pennsylvania came into New York carrying frag grenades, explosive homemade devices meant to maim and kill, not smoke bombs, not fake bombs to scare people. These were active, real bombs that they just put together wrong. And their intention was for these frag grenades to go off to kill the police and Jake Lang, people on the right that they did not like. And of course, some of the people who would also be affected by that, without doubt, would also be some of the people on the very left that they were using as a human shield. We've all seen the video by now. The young man runs on up. He's 18 years old. He throws his bomb over the head of a leftist being surrounded by news media, trying to say how this was bad to happen and we have to support all illegal immigrants. And the kid throws the bomb over his head. That same bomb could have exploded at any moment and would have injured the very same leftists that were supporting that kid and his ideology of terror. Then they threw another one. Thank God we saw New York City police officers put themselves in harm's way to protect the public. That's the leftist protesters and the extremist right protesters, to protect everyone and to end this act of terrorism before it could spread somewhere else throughout this city, somewhere else throughout this country. And CNN and several news organizations and media personalities decided to say, oh my God, it's so mean. Zora Mandami condemning the white supremacy, but ignoring the terrorists. And so did CNN and several other news institutions, the Washington Post. They didn't see that as terrorism. No. It wasn't terrorist. It was perfectly fine. It was just an expression of free speech. Now, I say that when I bring this up. We're looking at Rob Schneider, and he said, you know what? I'm protected. You don't get to enforce your ideas on me. And you have the right to do what he's doing, to write up your own skit, get up on a stage and present your ideas to the widest audience you can and let them be heard. And also to take their slings and barbs if they disagree with you. Now, I say that and I think, look at what we saw in New York City. Look at what we've seen. Mayor Mandami is condemning the extremist right, but won't condemn the extremist left or the extreme terrorism, and will invalidate it, ignores it completely, and tells you're the racist for daring to point out the obvious fact, a fact that was confirmed by the attackers themselves. They were inspired by ISIS. They identify as members of ISIS. They believe in acts of terrorism. They recently went overseas, and some believe, it has not been confirmed yet, but there is belief that while they were overseas in Turkey and in Syria, that they were trained by members of ISIS on how to create these bombs, how to commit an act of terror. And then when they came back to America, they used that training to try and kill people. But Zohar Mamdani had nothing to say about it. CNN had nothing to say about that. The Washington Post had nothing to say about that. Yesterday, I went live because while I was doing research for this show today, and I showed you with ChatGPT, double checking, is there any news story that I missed? And there was. What we found out is ChatGPT and the news media were busy trying to brainwash people, thinking there's only been 3 acts of terror since the U.S.-Iran war took place, when we know there's 5. 5, not 3. And when I checked with ChatGPT, and I'll show you this a little bit later in the show, ChatGPT admitted it was wrong, that it was hiding information from me, that using the Washington Post, they were hiding information from the public. They weren't giving you the opportunity to hear what was being said, to make up your own mind. They were counting on the fact that you would never know to check or to disbelieve the information they provided. They wanted you to be misinformed. That's scary. And that is a problem. That is a massive problem for America to be free. That is abuse of the First Amendment in a massive, massive way. Let me explain what I mean about that. When I say, no, this is about a massive abuse. Let me show you here. Also, just before I came on today to do the show, there was this article. And I want to show this to you. Let me make it a little bit larger so you guys can see it. So this is from Joe Walsh. He is an ex-congressman. He's a former Republican, and he is someone who is definitely in line with the leftist progressive ideology. Fine. You may like him. You may not like him. That's up to you. I'm not questioning that. Your preferences are your own. You're a grown adult. Make whatever choice you want. But Joe Walsh highlighted, first and foremost, he highlighted this image, this screenshot of an individual, doesn't matter who it is. He says, I blocked Fox News with parental controls at my parents' house, and now my mom keeps calling, asking why they can't watch their news programs, and this is how I truly believe we make America great again. I want you to think about that. An individual is responding and saying that they are removing, stealing, destroying someone's right to choose, some person's First Amendment right to gain information, to associate with people that they want to hear information that might be different than what is approved by the left. This is coercion. This is slavery. That's exactly what this is. That's what this individual has said. They have taken away their parents' right to choose, their parents' right to be informed, to associate with people they like. The child has said, you have no freedom. You will be indoctrinated whether you like it or not. Does that sound like what Rob Schneider was saying? That the First Amendment to protect us from an individual or government that would remove our choices. And here is someone who is going on, and they only got about 3 likes. So that's good news. A lot of people weren't agreeing with this individual, but this person says, okay, you know what? I want to destroy the First Amendment because their feelings, their ideology supersedes the First Amendment. Joe Walsh, the ex-congressman, says this is fantastic. He is excited about this. He's got happy face, fist bump, and he's clapping away. This is something thrills him to deny American citizens, grown adult American citizens, the right to choose, to express themselves, and to associate with people they want to associate with. Joe Walsh is supporting slavery. Joe Walsh, if you disagree with me, please come on to the program. I'll go on to your program. We can have this discussion. But what you have just supported and said it's fantastic is slavery. He then, and in case you think, well, Mike, you may have misunderstood him. Maybe you just don't get it. He then says in his retweet of this image, of this clip, he says, has anyone tried this? Have you tried to deny your family, your friends, your loved ones, grown adults, American citizens with the right to free choice? Have you denied them their ability to choose? Have you enslaved someone you love yet? Have you tried that? It's a new craze. It's what a fad. Go out and enslave the people around you. Deny them their freedom to choose. Force them to agree and comply. This is what Joe Walsh, who likes to say that he's very right-wing and he's the true values of the Republican Party, that he's an ex-congressman, that he's someone who people should follow, and hundreds of thousands of people do follow him. And I want people to understand, what are you following? What exactly are you getting here? Let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay, I want you to see this. This is what he is supporting. And if you are supporting Joe Walsh, this is what you are supporting. This is his core. This is what he let slip through and said out loud, that he supports slavery, not the First Amendment, not the freedom of speech, not the freedom of religion, not the freedom of expression, not the freedom to associate with people. You don't get those things if he doesn't approve. If the left and the leftist ideology of progressives do not approve, you don't get freedom. This is from a former member of Congress, a huge voice online. Hundreds of thousands of people follow him every day. Look at this. And this quote at the time had over 16. This came out today, 10:30 today. 16,000 people have watched this. 378 have liked this. 40 people have retweeted it. I just wanted to bring this up, and I'm like, oh my God. They believe in slavery. This is what we are facing. Not the freedom that Rob Schneider just showed us and said, hey, you get the right to go up and do it yourself. Make your best appeal. Pitch your idea to as broad a market as you can get. And if Americans agree with you, great, we can move down that path. But if they do not accept and understand, they don't have to. You can't force them to believe what you want them to believe. That's what separates America from every other country in the world. Every other country in the world has forced compliance, both in language and in action. Not in America. And that's why we have a line of tens of millions of people who legally are trying to get into America for 2 decades at a time. And we have illegal aliens in the millions trying to enter America every single year, especially when there is an open border. There is an explosion in the millions coming into America. And there is no other nation in the world, not one, that can boast the same thing. There is no line of millions. There isn't lines of hundreds of thousands of people trying to enter any other country on the face of the earth. You don't have millions of illegal aliens trying to get into any other nation in the face of the earth, because only in America, even being a second-class criminal in America is still better than being in other countries around the world. That should be remarkable for some people. Some people on the left, really, you should think about this, and it may blow your mind. Your worldview may be destroyed by understanding that even being a second-class criminal in America, otherwise known as an illegal alien, is still better as a quality of life. The capabilities of your life are better than what you find going to any other country, which is why they come to America in the millions on any given year, especially if there is a weak president with an open border policy. They will come to America in droves to be criminals in the shadows, because that is still better than any other quality of life they can find in the world. This is all before I even got to my show today. Before I got to my show today, I saw that and I said to myself, I've got to talk about this. I've got to share these two things, because I think it's incredible when we understand how good the quality of life in America is, how important America is to the rest of the world as an example, and by our existence, by our strength of our military, our economy, and our freedom. We are the top of the hill. We are the superpower of the world for that combination of things, not any one of them individually, but all of them together. And we are the envy of the world, which means we are a target constantly. And that target we see is real. And we will talk about that, because we see the terrorists are here. How did they get here? We'll talk a little bit about that in just a few moments. What can we do about it? We'll talk about that in a moment. And we'll talk about how the U.S.-Iran war is going and how that will affect our free speech, our interactions with the rest of the world. We'll talk a little bit about all of that. Let me take a moment, because a few people had some comments on this part that I was bringing up. So let me address that. So we have Gracie had some comments, and she said she's never heard of him, only Joe Walsh. You never heard of Snyder, John Snyder? He is a pretty famous comedian. You've probably seen him in a bunch of movies. He does a lot of work with Adam Sandler. He's in a lot of those movies. They're personal friends. So Adam Sandler likes to include his friends in as many of his movie projects as he can, which I can't blame him for. I mean, if I could include my friends in politics or in this program or anything else that made money, I would. Why wouldn't you? And so you see him, you see Mr. Snyder in a lot of the work of Adam Sandler, but he does his own comedy, stand-up and other comedy shows on his own. Joe Walsh, only Joe Walsh I know plays guitar for the Eagles. No, Joe Walsh was a congressman. I forget which state he was a congressman for. It was a few years back, but he was pretty well known. He's in political circles. He is known, and he was a radio personality at one point. He does have quite the following. Let's see. We have a comment from Gracie. Goes on. Millions follow Tucker Carlson, so I'm not surprised. Well, Tucker Carlson used to be a really great personality on the news, and then he also had a radio program, and then transitioned into basically the internet. Basically, he became a YouTuber like me. Not really any different. Same thing with Don Lemon, and there's a few others that transitioned, and they came to join me and many others. I mean, people like Josh Shapiro and Steven Crowder, many others. We've all been here for a while. We've always been Joe Rogan. We've been in this platform. And as these individuals, for various reasons, were kicked out of the traditional news media, they came to our platform and they maintained their audience. That's America for you. They have that opportunity. I don't agree with all of them and what they have done with that opportunity, but I won't blame them for it either. Let me go on. Let's see. Gracie says, if America falls, it will be because of open borders. You can't have a nation without borders. I disagree to an extent. It's not that we don't have the borders. We won't have a nation. Nations exist because of rules, not just the borders, but the rules that are found within those borders, that unity, that coherence and consistency. The First Amendment matters because it applies to everyone in America. Every citizen has the First Amendment. It's something that you were born with. Every other country on the face of the earth does not agree with that. They have some limitation on that. As an example, you go to Canada, there's words you cannot say, and you will be arrested and you will be fined in Canada for saying certain words that the government doesn't like. You go to England, and if you pray in the wrong place, you can and have been, people have been arrested for praying because the government didn't like where they were praying at. And of course, you can say something rather innocent. As we know, there was the autistic girl, 16-year-old autistic girl in England who was drunk, and she was getting reprimanded by the police who had come to her home because she was drunk and she was boisterous. And while they were speaking to her or her parents, the autistic girl said, the drunk autistic girl said to one of the officers, "You look like my gay aunt." The autistic girl has an aunt who happens to be gay, and the police officer looked like her gay aunt. This isn't an insult. It wasn't an attack. It was this drunk autistic girl making a statement that was true. She was arrested. That's what happens in the United Kingdom. How dare you mention that a police officer looks like someone in your own family who happens to be gay or lesbian or the alphabet, whatever it is you want to name, and you mention that because it is a true observation and you will be arrested for it. Drunk and autistic 16-year-old gets arrested for that. Yeah, that's a reality. So there is a difference why America is better. It's not just that we have the borders, it's we have the ideology and the unity of our Constitution, of our framework that keeps us together. And without that Constitution, without those laws, without that unifying commonality, there is no nation. And that's what we're experiencing. Because as more and more of these leftist ideologies, this indoctrination coming from our education system, teaching our kids America's evil and to give up the Constitution, give up the right to free speech, and adopt rules only created by progressives, and let the government give you certain rights that the government can take at any given moment, that's why America is being destroyed. Because we're losing that center. We're losing that commonality. We're losing that unity and the law that goes along with it. And that's a danger. That's a danger, I believe. I could be wrong. I'm happy to hear other people if you disagree. Let me see. It's better to be an illegal in America. It's better to be, user has been banned, has said, it's better to be an illegal in America is better than a citizen than it is to be a citizen. It's better to be an illegal in America than it is to be in. I don't agree with that. I had to say it a couple of times because I'm thinking it through as I was saying it. And I understand what looks like the obvious advantages of being an illegal alien in America. You presumably, many of them are getting free money. They get free housing, many of them. But the thing is, they're also being abused. Many illegal aliens that come into America, well, they're sex slaves. They are literal slaves, either sex slaves, child slaves, slaves in general, because of the manner in which they come to America. They have fewer protections under law because they are inherently, first and foremost, a criminal. They have broken the law. They have evaded prosecution of the law, enforcement of the law. They are hardened criminals. Whether or not the left likes that, whether or not you have compassion for the reason why they committed their criminal acts, is separate of the fact that they are, in fact, criminals, each and every one. So that is something that is a factor. And as much as they are getting certain things, and I think this is a highlight as well, when the government in New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, many of these bluer than blue cities, these progressive sanctuaries, when they gave things under the Biden administration for 4 years, they were giving illegal aliens, they were putting them into 3- and 4-star hotels. They were providing them with credit cards with $13,000 worth of spending, which ideally was supposed to go to food, but it was a credit card. They could spend $13,000 on almost anything they wanted to. All of that paid for by taxpayers. But they also had no rights. They lost those things as well. In 2025, almost every single city, every sanctuary city that was providing all of these free gifts, these free items to illegal aliens, in 2025, they severely either eliminated that gift program or they severely cut it back and reduced it in its scope because the federal government wasn't going to continue to subsidize it. The Democrats did under the Biden-Harris administration, but the Trump administration cut that off. And so that was removed. And the illegal aliens had no choice. They had no right. They had nothing that they can complain about. Why? Because, first of all, they're criminals and they're getting rewarded for breaking the law. And then the law said, and then authority said, no, we're giving you nothing because you deserve nothing. In fact, you deserve to be deported because that's what our law says. And they have no right, which forced some of them to go back into the shadows, back into slavery, some of them working for cartels, some of them committing acts of crimes or joining various gangs for violence, some of them just living in the shadows. And I'm not without compassion for those people, but this is a problem they caused to themselves, not America. We didn't cause this problem. They did. They did it to themselves, knowing full well the outcomes. And they did the math. They did the equation, the calculation, and they came up and said, you know what? Even in the worst case of working for a cartel, being a drug mule, being a sex slave in America was better than being in their home country. That tells you something about their home countries. It tells you about the rest of the world, that people would do the math, do the calculations and say, you know what? It's better to be a drug mule, cartel thug, or a sex slave in America rather than going to England, rather than going to Germany or France, going over to Spain or Portugal, going over to Brazil, or you name the country in the world. They didn't want to go anywhere else. They said, no. Even with that likelihood, that negative outcome is better in America than anywhere else in the world. That says something. The left never wants you to think about that, but it tells you how great America is and how great our system is as it previously existed. Now, how they're making it now. The thing that made it great was that unity and that core belief and that legal system that had these values baked in. What progressives are creating is just like every other country in the world, and that's what everyone was trying to escape. The progressives, they've tried their experiment in every other country in the world, and it has failed. But yet they want America to be like every other failed country because of jealousy. I don't know. Let me go on. Hal is with us. Hello, Hal. Hal says, help me out here. You're talking about this post by Joe Walsh. Looks more like a cheap shot than a serious post. Is proof the left supports slavery. So the image I just showed you of Joe Walsh, it's not a cheap shot. He put that out for the public. He is a public figure. He is a former congressman. He's also been involved in public communications. He is very aware that what he is saying is something that will be critiqued. I'm not the first one to do it, not the last. So I'm not picking on some random person walking down the street. Joe Walsh is a verified and known public figure. So I'm not picking on some random guy. In addition, you're saying that it's not a serious post. He's being serious. These were his words that he felt had to be sent out twice. So I don't think I've misrepresented Joe Walsh in any way. And the meaning of what he presented is as I described. It's removing people's choice. It's removing freedom. It's removing liberty. It is forcing people to follow a path that has been predetermined by someone else based on their feelings and saying, you must comply. This individual whose name was blocked, I'm not picking on random citizens, whoever that person is, apparently seems to believe in leftist ideology that says you must comply. They don't like the right. They don't like Fox News. So they will remove your ability, or in this case, their parents' ability, to see Fox News. I'm not telling you that Fox News is great. I'm not telling you that they do anything. I don't quote Fox News. You will almost never see me using Fox News or almost any right-leaning organization when I'm quoting anything on this program, because I get accusations. Oh, well, you're just being a shill. No, I avoid them. So I'm not telling you that it's Fox News is great or bad. I'm telling you that someone else taking away my right. So if your kids, Hal, as an example, I'm not picking on you, Hal, but since it's your question. So if your kids, your brother, your sister, your family went to your house, went to your TV, to your cable subscription, and they removed the Disney Plus channel, they removed, I don't know, CNN and MSNBC and ABC, if they removed the Washington Post, if they took away the Huffington Post, they removed every left-leaning source, removed it from your ability to access through the internet and or your TV. Would you say that wasn't serious? Would you say that they have not trespassed against your privacy and your right to free speech, your right to gain information and associate with people that you like to be? Would you not say that you can't do that? You can't take away my right. And that's what Joe Walsh said he's in favor of. That's what he supported. That's what he presented to the public. And Joe Walsh is thousands of times bigger than I am. If Joe Walsh thinks I'm wrong, he can easily put out one quote, one tweet, and say, nope, you just got it wrong. Here's how you misunderstood. He can do it. I guarantee you there are thousands of people, just like myself, who saw that post, came to the same conclusion I did, but they either don't have a YouTube channel or they don't want to deal with the backlash and they're afraid. I'm not. I will confront Joe Walsh. I will present him with his argument and tell him how it's wrong. I'm more than happy for Joe Walsh to respond back. So I don't think it's me taking a cheap shot. And yes, I do believe it's slavery. It is mental slavery, not physical slavery, not chattel slavery, but it is a form of slavery. He has restricted the ability of someone to use their mind as they wish. They have restricted this, in this case, the person's parents restricted them from accessing information and making conclusions that the owner doesn't want them to have. That's sad. That is slavery. People may not like it, may not like to reference it in that manner, may not like to come to that conclusion based on the facts that have been presented to us, but that is what it is, and Joe Walsh is supporting it. That is a problem, and that's why I called him out. If you disagree, please explain why. Let me go on with some of the other comments. We're going to go on with the show in a moment, folks, but let me just see. Oh, here we go. Gracie says, come on, show me. Gracie says, I'm sorry, many will disagree with me on this, but the left hates America. I don't know that you're wrong. Depends. Depending on how far left you are, that is more or less true. They hate her. They hate us. And what is the easiest way to destroy the United States? Open borders. The further left you get, if you're talking about people like Antifa, if you're talking about people like BLM, yes, they hate America. They want to destroy it. If you're talking about the Democratic Socialists of America, the DSA, or Indivisible New York, or Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow, also known as PLOT, yes, these organizations, these groups, small as they may be, they are all in favor of destroying America as it exists right now. And they want to put themselves and their ideology in power because they feel like it's better. They feel like it would be good for them. And therefore, what's good for them is good for you. And you have no choice in that. So those individuals, the further left you go, yes, they are extremists and they hate America and they want to destroy it. We've heard that from Ilhan Omar. We've heard that from actually Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Socialists of America. We've heard it from many of the far left organizations. They've all said it at some point. BLM said it. They wanted to, until they got caught by the American public and had to remove it from their page in 2017, BLM had on its primary website that they wanted to destroy the nuclear family. They didn't hide it. It was there for everyone to see. It's just they didn't expect that people would pay attention, the general public, and that there would be a backlash for that. And once there was, they removed it, not the ideology. They still believe the same ideology that the nuclear family must be destroyed. They just stopped showing people that. They just told them in private meetings. They stopped showing people, the general public, that that's what they stand for. So, I mean, there is that. So I do agree with you on that part. User has been banned is mentioning, has something interesting. It says, well, Mike, but illegal aliens get out of jail after attacking citizens. No, bail reform and social justice isn't exclusive to illegal aliens. It's more exclusive to skin tone. So if you have a skin tone that is more brown, for lack of a better word, if you've got a permanent suntan like I do, then you're more likely to get social justice or bail reform, and jail criminal sentences are less likely to impact you or impact you less harshly. That's the whole leftist ideology. And illegal aliens are just a byproduct of that ideology, that because of your skin tone, then laws have different valuations, which is stupid. And that's a problem. If you have different tiers of justice based on arbitrary criteria, like what's your gender, who do you like to have sex with, what's their skin tone, these aren't any real criteria. They're not useful. That has nothing to do with anything else. Your skin tone doesn't make you a criminal. Your sexual preference has nothing to do with whether or not you're a criminal. But these are things that are important to social justice and to bail reform. And that is the problem. Illegal aliens, as a byproduct, they also benefit from this. Many illegal aliens, not all, many illegal aliens are people with permanent suntans. Whether they're coming from Angola or they're coming from Chile doesn't really make a difference. They still have a permanent suntan. So they're going to be treated differently. Same thing if you're from India or you're from, I don't know, what is it? Haiti, the cesspool. It doesn't matter. You have a permanent suntan, so you're going to be treated differently, and you will be treated better because you have that suntan, which is an arbitrary characteristic of you and has nothing to do with the crime that you've actually committed. That's why we see members of MS-13, Tren de Aragua, many other organizations, they go through a revolving door, not because they're illegal aliens, but because they have a permanent suntan. And social justice believes that skin tone is a factor in crime, which is racist when you think about it. When you actually analyze it, it's very racist. And the left is extremely racist. They are extremely sexist, ageist, and racist in their ideology. And this is one example of that. Oh, you're a cartel member. Yes, but you have a suntan. So we won't punish you for doing things that cartels do, like victimizing neighborhoods and enslaving women and dealing drugs to children. That isn't as important as their suntan. Therefore, they get a lesser sentence for a crime that they did commit, a violent crime in many cases. So that's the difference there, user. It's not that it's illegals or getting out of jail. It's that racism is allowed to influence whether or not people are punished properly by the law. If you steal a car, it's not because you're black or you're white or you're Hispanic. It's not because you're from Honduras or you're from Russia. It's because you stole a car. That's the answer. And therefore, you should be punished. It's called grand theft. You should be grand theft auto, in fact. It's not just a video game. It's actual legal term. And you should be punished for that. And you should be punished exactly the same for stealing that car as any other person in America, any other American citizen. Period. Your skin tone has nothing to do with it. You made the choice. You did it. You go to jail. The left doesn't believe that. That makes them racist amongst other ists. Let me see. What happened to my... Where did it go? Oh, I hate this system. Sorry, folks. I use Restream, and sometimes it just freaks out and doesn't show the stuff I want it to show. All right. Well, it's not showing my the comments right now. So let me get back to the show. Let me go back. So I think it's interesting. And by the way, anyone who, anyone at all who wants to show my clip that I've just talked about with Joe Walsh, and you want to send it out to Joe Walsh, please do. If you want Joe Walsh to respond, please do. Ask him. I'd love to hear his response. And I'll be happy at any time for Joe Walsh, at any time of day or night, anywhere in America. I am more than happy to connect with you to address your comments and how you are supporting mental slavery in America against American citizens. I'll be happy to have that conversation, Joe Walsh. Anytime, anywhere in America. We can work it out. Let's send him the clip and let's have the conversation. I'm happy to do that. With that all said, let's talk about what's going on. And I don't know why this isn't showing up. And I'm going to try and fix the chat. The chat, I do see your comments, by the way. Just because it's not up on the screen doesn't mean I don't see your comments. I do. So please keep chatting away. I'm looking forward to it. I'll bring it up as much as I can. So I wanted to bring up something that I think is kind of also important. Why am I having, hang on a second, system's having a conniption with me right now, and I don't know why. I don't know why it's having a conniption. Restream did something to their system, and it's wonky right now. It's very annoying. Okay, so let's talk about the U.S.-Iran war. And I know a lot of people go, it's the U.S.-Israel war with Iran. No, Israel has nothing to do with it. Anyone who's including Israel in the U.S. war against Iran has an agenda. And most likely, it's because they don't like Israel and they hate Israel. And we see that very often, again, with the far left, who are very racist and sexist. They're very discriminatory, and they don't like Israel. You don't have to like Israel, by the way. Just because you don't like a country doesn't mean that you're an ist or a phobe. I don't like France. I think France sucks as a country. Not the people, the country. I talk about governments. I talk about countries, not individuals. And I don't like France. I think it's a horrible country. I think it's horribly run. I think they have stupid laws. They have leaders are the worst of the worst. Does that make me a racist? I don't think so. It means I don't agree with the government system and the way the leadership are running that system. So there is a difference there. I do want to bring that up. And I brought that up because, and I kind of lost myself for a second. Oh, when people are bringing up Israel in the war between the United States and Iran, and they interject Israel in that, it's because they don't like Israel. And so they're trying to make an attack against Israel. Israel is immaterial to the United States. Israel has its own reason to want to fight Iran. And they are. They are part of our coalition, but that doesn't mean they are in charge of it or that they are co and equal with us in this project. The United States is the operative force here. We went in against Iran because we have 47 years of reasons of why to remove the Ayatollah and his theological, fanatical, extremist regime. 47 years, which has nothing to do with Israel. Stop mentioning Israel. They're a separate country. They have their own issues and they have their own motivations. It just so happens that our motivation to go against Iran is also the same motivation or similar motivation to Israel. They're not the same at all. And one doesn't rely on the other. If France jumped into this war, no, matter of fact, screw France, Canada and Australia support the United States in attacking Iran. Are we going to call this the United States, Australia, Canada, Israel war against Iran? No, we're not, because that's stupid, because that's not what's going on. That's not the reality of it. Those are coalition members. There are allies who are supporting us, the United States, in our fight against Iran. The fact that some of them are bigger or smaller, some are doing more or less, doesn't change the fact that they are support to us, not the primary force in this. Let's understand that correctly. So stop mentioning Israel. That's not accurate. But anyway, so the U.S. in fighting Iran, there is an update. I think this is kind of important. Not kind of important. It is massively important. I've covered this on this channel before, and I've said, any war, I have a problem with any war that the United States is involved with, where an American troop puts their foot on the ground of any foreign soil, and America does not own that soil the moment they put their foot on it. Okay? American soldiers anywhere, if we are in an active war zone, we own everything that we win, everything we fight, everything we defeat, everything that we capture is ours. It is our commonwealth. It is our territory. It is our property of the United States to do with as we would. That's a very definitive statement. I've said it many times for many years. People who have watched this program often have seen me say that. I've said that about Iraq. I said that about Afghanistan. I'm saying it right now, talking about Iran, and I've said it before. If we are bringing American troops to fight on Iranian soil, we own Iran, period. We win that battle, we own it. 100%. It becomes a territory of the United States, probably a commonwealth. In 2 generations, the children get to make a decision about whether they want to continue to be a commonwealth like Puerto Rico or Guam, or if they want to be a territory independent completely of the United States and become their own nation again, or if they become a state. That is the choice. That is the only outcome I support. I want to be very clear about that. I'm a Republican. I'm conservative. I'm not afraid of having American troops fight for American ideals and our best interests around the globe. I don't shy away from that. Call me a war hawk if you want. I don't care. But I look at the long-term benefits, and we don't have forever wars if we take over what we win. One of the biggest problems that America has faced since the end of World War II is we don't keep what we win. If we're going to fight and we win, we keep it. It's ours. Period. Full stop. None of this half-assed kind of action. Oh, but they'll call us a colonizer. I don't care. Oh, but then you're creating an empire. We already have one. Oh, but it's not fair. It's not nice. We are talking about life and war. War is never nice or fair. Who put that mental image in your head? What fantasy did you read that made you think that war was nice or fair? It isn't. It was never intended to be. It is one of the worst states of man that we can ever have, that we've ever envisioned. It is everything that is unpleasant. And one of the reasons why we do it is so that when you take over that land, there is less unpleasantness in the world. You may not like that. And I know many pacifists, I know many isolationists. They're not the same thing. They're not the same. A pacifist isn't an isolationist isn't necessarily a pacifist. But many people have said to me, Mike, but I don't like that. I don't agree with that. It doesn't feel right. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want Iran as a commonwealth. I don't want Iran as a state of the United States. But if we are going to fight, if our troops are going to be on the ground, and I don't mean Delta Force like with Venezuela, there is a difference, okay? Saying that we sent in Delta Force, a unit, to go in and to execute a pinpoint mission and to leave, and they did that in a matter of hours, that's not the same thing as 15,000 troops that were stationed and they were on board ship in the the Caribbean Sea, and were capable of invading, landing the forces and invading into Venezuela. Those are two very different things. They're not the same in any way, shape, and form. Why is Venezuela free now? Because we sent in a unit, Delta Force, for a pinpoint mission in and out in 3 hours, 4 hours time. Done. That's not invasion. Fighting right now with the U.S. and Iran, it's technically it's a war. Legally, it's not. And we covered that before. Legally, it's not a war. For the first 30 days, it's not a war. And you don't have to like that, but that's the War Powers Act. That's the Unified Authorization of Military Forces. That's what Congress wrote. That's their problem. They wrote a bad law, and a president is taking advantage of it, just like we saw with Barack Obama bombing American citizens in Yemen with drones. Presidents take advantage of the bad writing of Congress, and then they play their partisan game. So let's throw that crap aside. No, what we're talking about is right now, and multiple sources are saying that somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 Marines from the 34th Amphibious, what is it? It's the 31st Amphibious, where is it? The 31st MEU, which is the Marine Expeditionary Unit. There it is. The Marine Expeditionary Unit, the MEU, that's out of Okinawa, Japan. We are sending over somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 Marines. Now, does that mean President Trump will use the Marines to land in Iran and fight? Not necessarily. And I know there's a lot of news media that are saying, oh, no, that means we are in war. We're going to have boots on the ground. Not necessarily. That's probably what's going to happen, but it isn't necessarily what's going to happen. Remember, we heard those very same people say those very same words about Venezuela. We got 15,000 troops in the Caribbean Sea with an aircraft carrier. What do you think is going to happen? We're going to invade Venezuela. And I said at the time, no, we're not. Just because we have a show of force, just because the troops are available, that doesn't mean that they will be used. It doesn't mean that we're invading that country, that we're going to take it over. One doesn't equal the other. There is a reason why militaries posture sometimes to force their enemies to retreat or to comply. It is a show of force. And that's what we're seeing right now. Now, it's very much like, to an extent, that we had one aircraft carrier just off the coast in the Red Sea, off the coast of Iran, and then we brought a second one in, which meant we had extreme pressure on Iran saying, make a deal. Make a deal now. We have our forces there. Iran took the presentation and said, we're calling your bluff. You're not going to dare strike Iran. You won't commit to that. You won't take that military action. Iran was wrong. The Ayatollah died as a consequence of that. No one is crying. No one is shedding a tear because the Ayatollah, the key figure in global terror around the world, affecting every nation, no one's crying for his death. Goodbye, good riddance, glad you're gone. But what is happening now is we have now amped up the threat to Iran, and we've also changed the threat to Iran. We know that the Kurds from Syria, northeastern Syria, the Kurds, which have a border with Iran, they are now invading. Ground troops have entered into the battle. It is assumed, it is believed that Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, the UAE, they are considering putting in actual troops to go into Iran as well. This is a bit of a free fall. Now, without the United States putting a single boot on the ground, so you have the Kurds, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates coming in from the north and the east of Iran, invading in to take advantage of the power vacuum and the confusion and the weakened state of Iran, a country they don't like. Most of the Middle East hates Iran. That's always been true. Terrorist groups love Iran. The countries in the Middle East hate Iran, and Iran hates them. It's mutual. So they're coming in. These other outside countries are coming in to take advantage of the power vacuum and weakness of Iran. And that very likely would mean that Iran would be destroyed. Much of the country, if not the entire country, would be chopped into pieces, and it wouldn't exist anymore on the face of the earth, or at least in the form that it does now. But that would be long-term civil strife and war. And it would create new pockets of division within the Middle East. The Kurds would have more land, and they would have their own sovereignty more definitively. And the United States has agreements with the Kurds to protect them. So that would be some nation building happening there. The Saudis would come in, and they could take various pieces of Iran that would be in conflict with the people between Shia and Sunni. There are different sects of Islam and Muslim ideology. Then you have the UAE coming in more from the south. That would be also entering in. You'd have a lot of fighting, a lot of confusion, and a lot of groups eventually that are going to fight each other because they have different self-interests. The United States being present throughout this process changes it. Rather than having countries jump in while one country is weak and relatively defenseless, and they'll jump in and take the prizes. Basically, think of it like Vikings. The Vikings, you had a civil war. This is going back in the ancient days, medieval and beyond. And you just had a civil war in your country, say in Scotland or something. And so you just had an internal clan battle, one clan versus another clan in the northeastern shores of what we now call Scotland or Britain. And then the Vikings come, knowing that you've just had this massive battle, one clan versus another. Both of your clan territories are weak. They are less capable of being able to defend themselves. So the Viking raiders come in, and they just ransack both clans, both communities, and steal the spoils and go on off. Well, that's exactly what would be happening in Iran if the United States doesn't have some kind of presence. Does that mean we drop troops? It could. And we could have those troops just standing there, not so much to fight, but to make sure that, say, Saudi Arabia and the Kurds don't go barn stomping, going through, pillaging all of the towns and all of the resources of Iran and steal it from themselves and just destroy everything in their path. That could be one thing. The United States taking over Iran as it exists, as my idea of a commonwealth, and we own it, would also resolve the question of the external forces trying to destroy Iran, ultimately just wiping it off the face of the earth. Rather than doing that, U.S. forces would be able to maintain it as an identity as it exists now without having the religious undertones or overtones connected to it. But I don't like that. It would be more stabilizing for the Middle East, yes. It would be good for the Iranian people. Many of them want that to happen. We've seen them out in the middle of the streets now and celebrating this. So it would be a good thing for Iran. It would be good for the Middle East. It's a long-term, and when I say long-term, I mean 20-year net good effect. It would be 20, 30, 40 years. It would be very positive and stabilizing for the entire world. And the immediate impact would be the reduction and elimination of global terrorist groups like Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis would all instantly be defunded. They would have no weapons supplies coming to them. They would be reduced in their capability of committing terrorism around the globe. So that would be instantly good. But long-term stability would come from the United States owning Iran and turning it into a commonwealth, rebuilding the infrastructure, getting the United States having access to discounted oil, of course, because we won. And then we're rebuilding the infrastructure of that country and helping to change the culture, to bring back, because Iran used to have one of the highest educated populations in the Middle East. Women used to hold jobs. They used to be educated, well-educated, driving. They were very modern. They were very much a first world nation until the Ayatollah came in. And now we could bring that back, that they could again retain their first world status as they had in the past. That's good. I don't want it. I don't want to be involved in that. Not because I'm afraid of nation building. I don't care about that. Not because I don't want America to be called a colonizer. Screw you. Everyone's colonized everyone else. Doesn't matter. If you have a country in existence at this time on the face of the earth, then your group won the battle of colonizing versus the guys you defeated. There is no country that exists right now that didn't colonize someone else. So stop with that. That's silly. That's just ridiculous. So it's not because of colonizing. It's not because there's no long-term benefit. I just don't want U.S. troops to fight that war. I don't think it's worth it at this moment. I think the Iranian people should stand up for themselves, that they should be actively fighting to take over their own country, to take back their country from the religious fanatics, the Ayatollah and the mullahs. Take it back and make it whatever it is they want it to be. Many people in Iran want it to be back with the Shah, which is basically royalty. Fantastic. Go do that. I don't care. That's their country. Let them run it however they want. Just no terrorism, no nukes, no global terror. That's basically it. And yes, we get a bonus of America gets oil at a discount. I'm happy with that. We fought. We made it happen. We get a benefit. I got no problem with that. I don't want to see troops there. I don't agree with it. But maybe I am wrong. Am I wrong? Should Donald Trump order the Marines, 2,500 Marines, to land onto Iran and take it over? Now, there is one stipulation I should bring up, which you're not hearing from the mainstream news media very much. Donald Trump could use the Marines specifically to target the coast surrounding the Strait of Hormuz, the coast where every single oil tanker and cargo ship has to go through. They have to travel through there to get to the rest of the world. Right now, 20% of the world's oil is being stopped from reaching any destination because of Iran, because of the Strait of Hormuz. A strait is just a very narrow passageway for water, international water. It's a 3-mile strip of water that Iran has basically control over. They can put a couple of guys with a bunch of rocket launchers along the Strait of Hormuz, along the coastline, and just take pot shots at any and every ship that's trying to pass through and blow them up. That's the danger. So you've got guys on the coast with rocket launchers just shooting rockets at any and every ship that tries to go through. Plus, Iran has been trying to lay mines, drop mines down so that it would make it very difficult for any ship to get through. And the United States is trying to correct that and counter that. And many countries are, well, they want the straits to be open. They want the oil. They want to have, because oil prices will go down. If the Strait of Hormuz opens up tomorrow, price of oil is going to drop by about 30%. Overnight, boom, 30% drop in the price of oil. Gas prices will drop by about 25 cents that second. The second they say the Strait of Hormuz is open, oil tankers are going through, you will see oil prices drop by 30%, and you'll see gas prices drop by 25% that same moment. And then it gets better from there. So we should see other nations join the United States in trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz, which means that those nations will have to fight. They will have to be involved. They can't sit back and let America take care of it for them anymore, which is what Donald Trump is essentially saying. You don't get a free ride. You want the oil, you want the benefits, then you get in the fight. You too have to be involved. You can't just sit back and let America take care of it for you and then not spend any money, have no risk in this whatsoever, and get all the benefit. That's not how it works. You want to have some of the oil? Great. You want to be able to have lower prices, less inflation? Fantastic. You want less terrorism in the world? Fantastic. Put some sweat, some blood in this game, just like the United States has done. And I think Donald Trump is right in that. He's right to tell every nation in the world, look, you want this oil, you want less terrorism, you want all the benefits, then you have to join me and you have to put something into the pot. And after this war is over and the Ayatollah is gone and whatever government the Iranians want to put together is formed, the United States should remind every country and remind Iran and say, you know what? Yeah, and England, yeah, they didn't want anything to do with this. They didn't care. They didn't care if the Ayatollah was in charge. They didn't care if there was global terrorism or not. They just wanted to sit back and let everyone else take care of it for them. France, same thing. Germany, more or less the same thing as well. You know what? Those countries shouldn't get a discount on oil. Those countries should have the price of oil increased. They should be cut off. They weren't willing to put anything in. They get no benefit on the way out. That's me. You may not agree. That's fine. So going back to the Marines. So now that you understand an idea of the Strait of Hormuz and why it's valuable and why it's a problem, Marines could be used to intermittently amphibious assault. Go onto the beach, go to the coastline. You know, if there's a guy with a rocket launcher trying to blow up an oil tanker, Marines can come on land, find that guy, shoot him, and get rid of the threat so that the ships can go through. And then once they get rid of that guy or that cell of fighters, they come back to the American ships. They don't stay on Iranian soil. They don't go into Iran and actually take over in these cities or take any of the fighting. They stay on the coast, and their only job is to clear the coast, to make sure that the ships can travel through the Strait of Hormuz without being blown up. That's not an invasion. That's not the same thing as what I was envisioning when I said you put one foot on the soil, we own it. Well, they're not really putting the foot on the soil. This is more like what I said about Delta Force. This is a specialized targeted unit going in, doing one mission and getting out. Well, these Marines would be doing one mission and getting out. They're not there to be in Iran. They're there to free up the coastline and get out. They're not going inland. They're not making a beachhead. They're not part of an invasion force. We're not trying to take cities and cities and cities throughout all of Iran. It's clear the route. That's it. Clear the route, get out. I'm trying to make this as simple and understandable, relatable as I can. Takes a couple of minutes. It's not simple. The news media wants you to think we can explain all this in a minute and a half. They're lying to you. Every news media organization, I don't care if they're on the right or the left, they go, I can explain this in 30 seconds. They're liars. They have no idea what they're talking about. They're making it up. They are lying to you to support their political agenda. If they tell you they can explain all of this to you in a minute and a half, because they can't. That's not humanly possible. There's too many moving parts. There's too many factors involved. There's too many groups and organizations to consider for that to be true. Anyone who does that is a liar. They know nothing about what they're saying to you, and they are reading a script and have no clue. That being said, so I've given you the scenarios of what we're looking at. The troops can be used as a threat. They can be used as a means to enable global trade, just a intermittent force, units being sent out and brought back who are not there to stay on Iranian soil. They are temporarily there to accomplish a very specific mission, and then they retreat and they go back to U.S. bases or allied bases, and they are actually there, not in Iran. Or the third thing is we can completely take over Iran. I'm okay with the first two options. I'm perfectly fine with America saying, yeah, we got Marines off of your coastline, right off of your beach, and they are very good at going across beaches. Our Marines can be anywhere in the world in 24 hours. This is a fact, by the way. Marines can be organized and arrive anywhere in the world within 24 hours. Now, that was true in the 90s when I was in the Marines. I don't think our capabilities became less since the 1990s when I was in service. If anything, our Marines are more capable of being able to be anywhere in the world within 24 hours. We're talking about a significant 1,000, 2,000 Marines can literally be brought to anywhere in the world and be an effective fighting force within 24 hours. Normally, that's not done. We're trained for it. We can do it, but it's not normally how we're used, the Marines. Normally, we tag along with the Navy or the Army, and the Navy and the Army take significantly longer to do anything and everything. That's just a fact. I'm not lying. I'm not making it up. That doesn't make them good or bad. Armies take longer to do anything. Navies take longer to do anything. Even the Air Force takes forever to plan out their aerial missions and to execute them. Marines are based on the idea of quick assaults. So we know that in about a week and a half, roughly, I'd say a week. By next week, this time next week, the Marines will be off the coast of Iran, which means they could do one of the three options I was speaking about. We could invade Iran and take it over. We can protect the coastline through specific missions intermittently, or we could just have them there and be a threat, kind of like we saw in Venezuela. 15,000 U.S. troops off the coast of Venezuela never actually landed onto the soil of Venezuela at all, but they were a threat. These are the realities that we see right now. I do not think we should have those Marines or any U.S. forces capture and take over Iran. I don't think our country is ready for that. I don't think America is ready. We have too much leftist indoctrination in America. Too many people have been trained to hate America, to think that colonization has no benefit and there's no positive, and that makes you an evil nation. And they would fight this internally in America. We'd be fighting our own government for having done it because they won't see any benefit. They won't acknowledge that there can be a benefit because they've been trained to believe weakness is a strength. I don't agree with that at all, but that's what they've been trained. So I don't think America's ready to be a colonizer, as they would say, to be a empire, as they claim. We're not ready for it. We don't have the will as a nation to do this. I think Donald Trump has the will. I know for a fact the Marine Corps has the will. I have no doubt that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, has that mindset and can do it. I'm sure there are many members of the Congress. Well, many people call them neocons. I don't think that's appropriate, but yeah, neocons, the far right, war hawks, both of the Democrats and the Republican Party, Lindsey Graham. Yeah, they have the will to do all of this, but the American people don't. They've been coddled for over a generation, for 2 generations. Americans have been coddled far too much. We've become, as a society, as a nation, weak. Not our military, not our capabilities, but as our society, our will has become weak, like putty. We have men who don't know what it is to be a man, women who don't know what it is to be a woman, people who have infinite sexualities and sensualities. We've degraded ourselves. We no longer have a central focus. And without that, you have no strength. And I think that's what's happening to America at this time. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. Let me see here. Got a comment. Chuck, who I am often, every Monday, I'm with Chuck and a couple of other guests. We do the Monday Roundtable, a political discussion, panel discussion. 3 or 4 of us get together. We talk Mondays at 7 p.m. On actually Chuck's channel, which is The Opinion Guy, Charles Guaria, The Opinion Guy. You see it simulcast on my channel. And Chuck has a question here. He says, "Hey, Mike, heading to Orlando from Daytona Beach area to see the Verve Pipe, listening along the way." Hey, I like the Verve Pipe. Good band. And I hope you're going to have some fun with that. I know you guys down in Florida, you get such great weather most of the time. I mean, other than hurricanes every so often. But other than that, you guys get such great weather. Here in New York, it's what? I think it's about 45 degrees. It's windy. Looks like it's about to rain any second. It just feels miserable. Weather, you don't come to New York State and New York City for the weather. You really don't. It's not great. Not like Southern California, where I have lived there. Great weather there. Or in Florida, great weather there most of the time. But, in California, you have earthquakes. And God knows I've been through a couple of those. Florida, you've got the hurricanes and alligators. God, that's a whole situation all its own as well. All right, let me see. Hey, we've got a message from the bot. Yes, for those who are new to the channel and don't know, we have a bot troll that shows up on a pretty regular basis, and it's the bot Audrey. And our dedicated troll bot says, "War with Iran, gas prices are skyrocketing." Not quite skyrocketing, but yes. And we still, with that quote unquote skyrocketing, still have not reached the heights of gas per gallon that we reached under the Biden-Harris administration. Over $5 a gallon on average in America under Joe Biden, when we had 22%, the peak, 22% inflation across America. And in a war which has to deal with the Middle East, with 20% of the world's oil being restricted, we still haven't hit the heights of the cost of gas and oil that we did under the Biden-Harris administration, under Democrats. That says something for you. It's skyrocketing, not to the same heights as Biden. Biden didn't have a war. We do. And it's still not as high as being under Democrats. So that's kind of interesting. So let's see what else the bot has to say. Nothing is cheaper. That's not true. Up until the war started, yes, many things were cheaper. And even at this moment, there are still some things that are cheaper than what we had under the Biden administration, which had an average of 17% inflation. Under the Trump 47th presidency, we've had an average inflation rate of about 3%. There is a big difference between 17% under Biden-Harris and 3% under Donald Trump. You may not like that, troll bot, but that is the fact. Let's see what else the troll has to say. The stock market is tanking. The stock market goes up, on, down on a regular basis. The main thing that moves the stock market is emotion. Remember last week when Hal brought up that oil prices had started to move, and we saw that the price of oil off during the market being closed, speculation increased the price of oil last week Sunday from $92 a share to $107 a share, which we showed you live on this channel. And then what did it do on Monday? It dropped. It crashed. The price went from $107 to $82. And then it went back up again. The market moves on emotion. It will, whichever way the market goes, it will move based on emotion, and it will correct based on facts. This is coming from someone who is a stockbroker. Thank you very much. I've been a stockbroker for 10 years. And during that, that's one of the rules of the stock market. It moves on emotion and corrects based on facts. So the stock market is tanking today, and not as bad as it has been. I've seen far, far worse. You ever saw what happened to the market the day after, or actually the week after 9/11? Did you see it go down by 30% within the first hour? Yeah, I've seen that happen. So tanking is a relative statement. The United States lost 92,000 jobs in February. Well, that had more to do with AI, didn't it? Right? We've been seeing that there's been a loss of jobs for a while, and we lost 1.5 million jobs under the Biden-Harris administration in 2023 and 2024 combined. That the Democrats lied. They hid that from us. They hid from the public that we lost 1.5 million jobs. Okay, but you're saying under Trump, 92,000 jobs. Yes, AI. And yes, we knew this. And unemployment is up to 4.4%. It's gone up about, I believe it's 0.4%. And it's not skyrocketing. It's not a problem. Next. Farm bankruptcies are up 46%. That is important. That one is a bit scary, but that is a trend that's been going on. Bankruptcies in whole are up, and there's a lot of factors going into that. In terms of farms, well, things like Kathy Hochul, New York State, having the highest commercial rates, taxes in the nation, and looking to increase them. Zohar Mamdani saying we have to increase corporate rates. That means fewer farms in our state. That's a factor. Same thing in California. They're increasing the cost of small farms doing business, and those small farms close. They either turn themselves into solar panel watts, which is useless. You can't grow food on a solar panel. Can't. Or they get absorbed by organizations like Monsanto. Again, not Donald Trump's fault per se. Welcome to the golden age. Well, you have a very short-sighted view, Trollbot, but thank you for the Trollbot point of view. You know, I find that as a matter of success that I have a troll bot that follows the channel and routinely makes comments. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I got at least one. I would expect to have 3 or 4 more, but it means that I've reached a level that the left are very upset. They need to try and bias the channel and try and convert people and say, oh, see, you just don't understand, Mike. You just don't understand these issues. You don't know anything about these issues. Yeah, okay. Yeah, sure. Chuck, I'm jealous. 90 degrees in Florida. Literally, it's 43 degrees right now. 43 degrees and cloudy. I just looked. 43 degrees and cloudy in New York State right now. New York City. 90 down with Chuck in Florida. I say very kindly, screw you. Screw you, Chuck. You in Florida. You guys are too lucky. Okay. Got another comment from Lunari. John says, wouldn't making Iran a commonwealth give them access to the United States? Question, I don't know how that works, so I'm asking. That's a good question. So let me try and explain that. Think of Puerto Rico, think of Guam, the Virgin Islands. These are commonwealths, territories of the United States. In particular, Puerto Rico is a commonwealth. Now, as a commonwealth, they have many rights and support structures from the U.S. So their currency for, if we had taken over Iran, then as a commonwealth, they'd be using United States dollars, not their own currency. So that would be their economy. And their economy would be, in part, the United States economy. Very much tied directly to the U.S. in terms of inflation and such. But we'd also have different rules to go over and have U.S. businesses. So I, as an American citizen, could fly to a Commonwealth Iran without any real trouble. Just like I can fly to Puerto Rico. I can use my driver's license and I can go to Puerto Rico anytime I want because I'm an American citizen and Puerto Rico is a Commonwealth. I don't need a passport that I would need to go to any other country. So technically you need a passport to go to Canada or to England, to Italy, to Botswana. You name the country, you're supposed to be carrying a passport with you. Some countries will say, oh, it's all right, you bring your driver's license. Bring your passport. Always bring your passport. But I don't need that for going to Puerto Rico. If Iran were a commonwealth, I wouldn't need a passport to go to Iran. I could just go there because it's still American soil. The primary language would be a mix of English and I believe it's Farsi that they speak in Iran. That's not Arabic, it's actually Farsi. They're more Persian than they are Arabic in Iran, as I recall. I may be, if I'm wrong on that, correct me, guys, but I believe it's Farsi is the primary language of Iran. And so English would be more of a emphasis being made. And we would be able to go over and business would be able to be created in Iran much more easily because they would be under the structures and strictures of the United States, the statutes of U.S. law. Businesses would be able to create, we would be able to build up the infrastructure of Iran through those corporations and rebuild and expand. This is good for their economy. It's good for our economy. We could build their schools, develop those schools. We could really create a renaissance for Iran. In terms of technology, though, they wouldn't have access to our military weapons. We would protect Iran as our commonwealth. We'd have bases throughout Iran, just like we have bases on Puerto Rico. But the Puerto Rican government, which does exist, there is a Puerto Rican government. It's more of a puppet, but it exists. It's a Democrat puppet government, but it exists. And they don't have access and control of the bases for the United States. So we'd have an Air Force, we'd have a Navy and Marine Corps, we'd have bases and camps throughout all of Iran, but none of them would be under the guidance or control of the Iranian local government. That would be under the United States Congress. The United States president would have control of those bases. So they wouldn't have access to nuclear weapons. Wouldn't be possible, because that would still be under control of the military, and the military is actually the United States. They could have local forces, they'd have local police, but the actual federal level of government would still be the United States federal government. So ICE agents, DEA, you want to talk about the military, that would all still be under Washington, D.C. They would never have access to that. Now, depending, and especially since this is Iran we're talking about, there would probably be additional stipulations on them being a commonwealth that they could never get nuclear power, or they would never be able to have access to the nuclear power. We would either bring in private businesses to build and to maintain nuclear power plants in Iran, so that they would never have access to the materials or the technology. So it would always be outside. They'd never be able to know how to fully create, build, and refine, and they would never have access to the nuclear materials to be able to enrich it at some point in the future. They would never have that. The United States would make it so that we'd create a law specifically for that commonwealth, saying they don't get that right. They don't have that operational control. That, just like the military bases, would be under the control of the federal government, just like the FBI, the CIA. They'd still be in Iran, but they'd be under the direction of the federal government of the United States, not the local government. That would be probably the way they would most likely do it, or they could just completely ban nuclear facilities in Iran forever and build a new refinery. Just build new refineries and refine the oil right there where they are. That would be the answer. So that's probably how it would work. There might be some other stipulations, but that would be something that would be done by Congress after the war as part of the terms of a surrender. That would be the way we would work that. And I think that's probably the best way to do it. And I would say probably be just independent private businesses, which are exclusionary and prohibit Iran from having access to it. I think that's the way that they would probably do it. I can't guarantee. Chuck is mentioning that I should probably move to Florida if my good friend Larry Sharp, who is out right now getting petitions across New York State. If you're a Republican, by the way, for every Republican, thank you for reminding me, Chuck, I had forgotten. If you are a Republican like I am, and you want to see a governor that would not be Kathy Hochul or the Democrats, then you need to sign a petition for Larry Sharp. Yes, I know. A lot of people go, but Bruce Blakeman, he's the Republican that no one likes, that doesn't plan to win, who has absolutely no plan. And I've sent him text messages all the time. Bruce Blakeman has no plan. He has no idea what he's going to do. If he were to be elected tomorrow, Bruce Blakeman would not change anything that Kathy Hochul is doing, because he has no plan to do anything. He doesn't want to win. He just wants to be in second place, because the GOP of New York wants to be in second place. They don't want to be responsible for fixing anything. That's the thing. They want to say, we're fighting the good fight. Give us your money. Give us some power. But they don't want to actually be responsible. They don't want to actually fix anything, because if they fixed anything, well, that would be a problem. People would complain. People would be angry. They might lose more races than if they never won the race in the first place. They can maintain their power level and be in second place always if they never have to be attached to the problems. Oh, we're going to cut taxes or increase taxes. We're going to spend on the homeless or illegal aliens. Or they never have to do that. They never have to make a decision. And that's why they don't get blamed for that. Honestly, when you look at New York State and go, gee, why is New York State so screwed up? Democrats. That's the only true answer. Democrats have had control of New York State since 1958. Every problem in New York State at this moment is because of Democrats, because they have the sole control of the state. It's a single state power. Republicans don't want to be part of that problem. They want to blame Democrats. They want to make money off of the Democrats, but they don't want to have to fix the problems Democrats created, because then they are blamed for it. So Bruce Blakeman has no plan to win. He doesn't want to get blamed for fixing anything. He doesn't want to have to go through the headache of actually having a plan that will work, which is why he has zero plans. Zero. My friend Larry Sharpe has plans. My friend Larry Sharpe is willing to take the slings and arrows and fix things and actually get things done. That's why I support my good friend Larry Sharpe. I've known him for 10 years. I have grilled Larry Sharpe on his ideas for 10 years. There's still ideas that Larry Sharpe has that I do not agree with. There absolutely is. And I am far more of a war hawk than Larry Sharpe will ever be. That's true. He's still a good friend of mine. He's also a Marine. And I trust him. And we have talked through many of his positions. And doesn't mean that I always agree with him, because I don't. But we've actually gone through, and I can tell you in 10 years, I know Larry Sharpe has a plan. He has a reason why he is trying to fix things. And he has put that in writing. He has put that on live videos. He's walked around this state hundreds of times to every single county, year after year after year. This is year 8. And he has been going around talking to people, telling them his ideas in detail, answering their questions, their local questions, and saying, here's my plan for your local question, your local issue. And no one else can say that. No one else can say that in New York politics. Larry is on the he's part of the Republican Party. He can be on the ticket. All you have to do, sign a petition. Sign a petition for Larry Sharpe and go on out. Get your good friend, your buddies, all the other Republicans, 5. If you can get 5 Republicans, that's fine. If every Republican gets 5 signatures, Larry Sharpe needs 15. It's not that many. It's not nothing, but it's not enormous. He needs to get 15,000 signatures. He's going to be on the ballot. And now, if you think I'm wrong and you think Bruce Blakeman is the most brilliant, greatest Republican that has ever existed, besides me laughing, you will get a primary. And Bruce Blakeman can stand up there and say, hey, this is why I'm great. This is why I'm going to beat Kathy Hochul. And he can give you every single reason. He will be in a debate and he will tell you what he plans to do, because he won't do it now. Go to his website, go to his YouTube, his X page right now, and look for a plan on anything. Matter of fact, I'll do it for you right now. I will do it right now live once my computer starts moving. Come on. There we go. Bear with me. My God, my computer is moving slow right now. I want to prove a point, and my computer does not want to move. I have too many windows open. Hang on a second. There we go. So, let me show you where I'm at, so you can see this as I do it live. Come on. Really? What is it with Restream lately? All right. There we are. So you see it? So Bruce Blakeman. There's Bruce Blakeman. This is Bruce Blakeman's page. Let's take a look real quick. So I'm the only Republican running for New York governor against failed radical liberal Kathy Hochul. So he's a liar. Larry Sharpe is running too on the Republican line. So automatically, first sentence, Bruce Blakeman is lying to you. Second, donate to my campaign to fight crime, cut taxes, put New York first, and defeat Kathy Hochul. That's not a plan. And every Republican running for any and every elected office say the same thing. There is not a Republican in America in the last 40 years that hasn't said they're going to fight crime and cut taxes. Let me say that looking directly in your face, folks. There hasn't been a Republican in America in the last 40 years that hasn't said that they are going to cut taxes, fight crime, and shrink the government. Every Republican in every office, local, state, and federal, has said that exact same thing. It is a cliche. It's a political cliche. And every Republican says that. Now, the question you should ask of every Republican when they say that to you is how? How are you going to do that? I say this as a Republican who ran for Congress, who ran for county legislature. And I never once said, well, I did say, I'm going to cut taxes, I'm going to shrink government, I'm going to fight crime. Yeah, I said that. And then I said, and here's how I'm going to do it. And you can look it up. You can go to WTQ, you can go to WNBF, you can go to WBNG, you can look up the articles and you can listen to my interviews and you can see I had a plan. How do I get that done? You can go right now to Larry Sharp's page, his website, and you will find plans how to get that done. You can listen to Larry Sharp's live streams as he travels across the state, and you can hear him tell real people real answers to their question on how to do this. Bruce Blakeman has no plan. Let me go forward. This is from 20 hours ago. Bruce Blakeman. Kathy Hochul's plan to phase out natural gas will kill your bank account. In other words, it's going to increase gas prices, electricity prices in New York State. He's right. Very poorly written sentence there. His team, who's in charge of this, his communications team, need to work on that. That was bad. But he's not wrong. Okay. Recent polls show more than 60% of New Yorkers oppose banning gas appliances, yet Kathy Hochul thinks she knows better. Again, that is also true. Yes, Kathy Hochul's plans, like the Democrat plans for the last 2 decades, has said that we have to go to renewable energy, which we don't have. That is not consistent and doesn't work. And that she wants everyone to have an electric stove, which is stealing your right, your freedom to choose and to make your own choices, even in your private home. That's in your apartment, that's in your house, doesn't matter. You no longer have a choice. That's not freedom. And that's Kathy Hochul being an empress. So he's right about that. He goes on to say, New Yorkers want affordable energy and reliable heating. True. Not more Hochul mandates that drive up utility bills. Everything he just said is true. Here's the thing. How are you going to do it, Bruce Blakeman? How will you do that? You told me, okay, Kathy Hochul bad. That's essentially what he said. Kathy Hochul bad. Okay, I agree with you. And what are you going to do better? What will you do different, Bruce says? This is the moment he's supposed to tell you how he will do this, that he's going to do something better for you. He has no idea what to do. Kathy Hochul bad. Yeah, what will you do? Kathy Hochul bad. Yes, but what will you do? If he were to win, what is he going to get done? Now, you can't say he's going to break his campaign promises. He never promised anything. He never promised that he's actually going to reduce the prices. New Yorkers want affordable energy and reliable heating. That's it. New Yorkers want reliable heating. Are you going to give New Yorkers reliable heating, Bruce Blakeman? Oh, he didn't promise that. He didn't say he's going to change that. He didn't say you're going to get it. He just said you want it. Well, that's true. But he doesn't have a plan to give it to you, so you get nothing. How about you want affordable energy? He has no plan. You want affordable energy. Doesn't mean you're going to get it. Doesn't mean that he has a plan to make sure you can have that. He's not going to do a damn thing. He doesn't care. You want this. I know you want this. You should vote for me because you want this. but that doesn't mean you're going to get anything, that he's going to make anything better for you. In the very first tweet, his very first commercial, his ad, I'm showing you Bruce Blakeman has no idea what the hell he's talking about. Why would you vote for him? I do not support him, but I do support Larry Sharpe, because Larry Sharpe, his plan is to create 12 nuclear power plants in New York. Now, you can tell me, Mike, I don't like nuclear power. Okay, that's one thing. You can say, oh, I don't think that's a great plan. Okay, that's the thing. It's a plan, though. You can work with that. We can say, okay, well, maybe not 12. Would 6 be better? What if we go with 3? If you have communities, what if your community says, well, we want one? Now we can have a conversation. We can actually work on that plan. We can work on the details. Well, how about a Generation 4 thorium nuclear power plant, which is considered the safest, and so therefore should be good for everyone? We won't get another 3 Mile Island. We won't get a Chernobyl. Oh, is that the fact? Okay, well, we can talk about that. See, with a plan, we can work on it. We can tweak it. We can say, okay, so we'll have 3 nuclear power plants and 4 coal power plants and maybe another solar power plant. Now we have a different plan, but again, we have a plan. We can make this work. And then we can compare the results. We could do that. Blakeman, I just showed you, he doesn't have a plan. Kathy Hochul, her plan is raise taxes. You're just going to spend more money. She's going to spend more money, and you're going to pay her for that money. So Kathy Hochul goes, stay the course. Let me take your money. Bruce Blakeman goes, I have no idea what I'm doing. Give me a donation. That's all he cares about. And Larry Sharpe actually wants to win and actually make something better. 12 nuclear power plants. You know what? I think Larry Sharpe's the guy you should be signing the petition for. We need him in that debate. We need Larry Sharpe on the debate table. We need him in this election if you want anything to be better. Okay, so that was a little bit long. Thank you, Chuck, for bringing that up, but I did want to mention it. And hey, Joel is with us. Joel says, Bruce Blakeman has said on day 1 he will reduce taxes. In another post, he said he will remove Mandami from New York City. Bruce Blakeman can't do either of those things. That's not true. To reduce taxes, you need to have that's legislation from the state. He'd have to go to the Assembly and the State Senate, and they would, on day 1, have to have a bill saying reduce taxes in front of him so he could do it. He can't do it in day 1. That's a lie. That's just a lie. And in another post, you said he would remove Mandami. He can't just remove Mandami. Mandami was elected. I don't like Mandami. I want to see Mandami gone. He's destroying New York City. I think he's a horrible elected official. I think he's a horrible person. But you can't remove him. You can't just go, I don't like you, get out. You can't do that. That's not how elections work in America. That's not the process. So unless Mandami actually commits a crime, which at the moment he has not, you can't just remove him just because you don't like him. Sorry, Bruce Blakeman is lying, Joel. Joel, if you've seen Bruce Blakeman say those things, those are lies. Definitive, factual, absolute, empirical lies. He can't do any of that. And anyone who's voting for him because he said day 1, he's going to kick out Mandami, he lied to you. That is a lie, cannot be done. You just wasted your time. And if he said, oh, day 1, I'm going to cut taxes right then and there, as soon as I walk into the mansion, you're a liar, can't be done, not legal, won't happen. If you voted for him for that, if you gave him donations for that, you've wasted your money because that's a lie, can't be done. And if anyone ever doubts me on that, and you can get to, I would love to interview Blakeman. He won't accept. He won't accept and show up on this program and answer my questions. But I would love for someone to ask him, fantastic, how could you do that? Isn't it illegal to do what you have just promised? That's all you have to say to him. Mr. Blakeman, isn't that illegal? How would you do that? And he has no answer. No answer. What'll happen is he'll block you, most likely. User says he will walk in and say, "I'm the Senate." That's funny. That's funny. Okay, I stand corrected. User has been banned. Correct me. He goes, anything can be done, Mike. The question is if it is legal. No, he could not legally do any of that. And I don't believe he can do it either. An executive order from a governor is not the same as an executive order from a president. It doesn't have the same kind of power, even within the state. It has a lot of power in the state, but not the same. There are a lot more restrictions on a governor than there are on a president. So, like as an example, a governor is restricted by federal law as well as state law. So you can't just do anything just because you want to. No, you have restrictions from federal law and state law. But yes, even if he tried to do it, it wouldn't work because it would be illegal and it wouldn't happen. So there you go. All right. Oh my God, we've gone through 2 hours already. I haven't even gotten into most of the stuff I was going to talk about today. All right, that's how this goes. I love this, and I love having the conversation with you guys. Oh, there it goes. Now it's back again. Okay. So I love having the quotes up whenever I can. And let's see. Joel says, I just checked in the New York legislature and Senate. There are 2 Democrats for each Republican. Yes, that's fact. Yeah. Blakeman would get nothing done if some miracle got him elected. Yes, that's true. With his current, because he has no plan. He's going to walk in. If Blakeman were to get elected, he would walk in. This is for people who don't know about politics. This is true for it. This is also true in Kansas. It's true in Nevada. It's true in Utah, California, and Chicago. The same politics, same thing, except it's reverse. You got Republicans versus Democrats, but essentially it works out like this. So you're going to walk in as a Republican to the Democrats that control the Senate and the Assembly. And you're going to say, I have no plan. I want to make a change. They're going to laugh in your face and say no. What they will do is they'll say, here's what we will give you. This is what we will let you do because you have no plan and therefore you have no power. Because all Blakeman did is say, you want affordable electricity costs. You want affordable prices. Okay. And the Democrats will say, well, here's our bill to increase taxes and give people affordable bills. But that's not real. It's not true. It doesn't work. It doesn't matter. That's all you got. You didn't have a plan walking in. Larry Sharpe has a plan. I'm going to create 12 nuclear power plants. That reduces supply and demand. 12 nuclear power plants reduces the amount of demand for electricity. Therefore, the price goes down. You don't need a law for that. You don't need approval from Democrats. It's a plan that doesn't require more politics. It's just natural economics. We have more supply. Demand goes down. Prices go down. People get to have affordable energy. It is that simple. And it doesn't matter whether Democrats like that or not. It has nothing to do with Democrats. It has nothing to do with politics. It doesn't matter about the Assembly. It doesn't matter about the Senate. So that's the difference there. But I just want to bring it up. Okay. So what I'm going to do, it's 2 hours. We normally take a break. For those who are new to the channel, don't know, we normally take a break around the 2.5 hour range. We normally take a break so I can walk my dog. My dog, his name is Khan. He is officially 15 years old. 15. I love my dog. And sometimes you see him on the channel. More often than not, you hear him in the background barking at me. So I'm going to go walk him. And that'll give you a chance to stretch your legs, get a cigarette, get something to eat or drink, kiss your loved ones, whatever it is that you do. We're going to have about 45 minutes, and then we will be back on this program, and we will continue with the show. Because there's the Iran war, but there's also terrorism in the United States. We haven't even talked about that yet. That's a big deal. There's a few other things we want to get to here, like oil and gas prices. what's going to be happening over the next week. So far, I have been more right than most of the mainstream news media. What I said last week on Sunday is what we saw happen. So will my prediction going forward be true too? Well, I'll tell you more about that. And this way you'll be able to plan out when should you be filling up on gas and when should you wait for the dip. We'll talk about that. And we'll talk more about some of the other things as well. So I'm going to give you a chance to take a quick break. It is currently 4:35. Wow, 4:35. We've been on for about just over 2 hours. We're going to take that quick break. Then we'll come back and we'll pick right back up. By the way, folks, if you've been enjoying the show so far, like, share, subscribe. It makes a difference. If you like 5 minutes of the show, you like the whole thing, please like, share, most importantly, subscribe. Let's get to 5,000 subscribers. I'm happy to have Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians, everybody can support this channel. So with that said, let me get this set up for you guys so you can see this. Boom, boom, boom. And let's bring that up. Boom.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. That's right, this is No Sound Bites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. Happy to be with you. For those who are reaching us for the first time, we do long political commentary on this free format, no speeches or
you guys hear that?
text here. We just go over some information with you and draw our conclusions.
Can someone confirm that you guys can hear the audio? I don't hear it on my. Wait a minute. Maybe it's my system.
We hope this will be
there
informative for you.
Okay.
And that's why in the description you will find links to everything that we're going to be speaking about so that you can review it for yourself and come to your own conclusions. Today, we're going to be talking about something that isn't in the news. I know everyone is very focused on what's happening in Arizona, what's been declared and found in Georgia and Wisconsin and Michigan, the voting irregularities, if not outright fraud that we've seen over and over again, the fact that we know election fraud has gone on is something that's very prominent in the news at this time, or rather in certain parts of the news. Much of the news media has been pushing Joe Biden as the president-elect, even though that won't be determined until December 14th, even as we see many court cases and many issues going on right now. But I want to go into a slightly different subject, something that I think is equally as important, irregardless of who may or may not become president on January 20th, January 21st. This is important. This is going to be a big deal for 2021. And it's something that a lot of people haven't noticed because it involves the past. And most Americans, let's be honest, most Americans don't remember what happened in politics 3 months ago, let alone 3 years ago or any time further back than that. Many people are hard-pressed to remember what's going on in our politics in the last 3 days. And that's what the whole 24-hour news cycle is about. It's constantly throwing new information at the public, but not giving them anything to reach back on. That's why every time they mention bills, they never tell you what is that bill number so you can look it up for yourself and to read the bill itself. Media today is very much centered around, here's the headline, here's 30 seconds of information, and this is all you get. So trust us, believe us. And that's why most people don't believe the modern news media, the mainstream media. It's why why news media is dying. And we're seeing the internet take over more and more as people search for information that is factual and not filtered. And that's what we do on this program in part. So what we're going to be talking about is a culmination of 3 separate issues that have been going on in America for some time now that I believe in 2021 will come to fruition and we will see a culmination. And this will have a negative impact on America. It will have a devastating impact economically and socially and politically. And this is a big deal. This is really a big deal, and no one's been talking about it. So let's get into it. Now, to start this off and to give it good context so you understand, I'm going to start off with the minimum wage. Now, everyone's heard about minimum wage over the last election or so, for the last 4 years at least. People have heard over and over again that we need to have a minimum wage of $15 an hour. And we were talking about this back in 2015, in January of 2015, as a matter of fact. We had been talking about it because President Cuomo was bringing it up, and that's when New York State was enacting a new minimum wage, raising the wage, and devastating the New York City as well as upstate New York. And at the same time, Senator Elizabeth Warren had made a call to have a $22 minimum wage as she was preparing to get ready for her run for election. In addition, we've heard people like current Congressman Anthony Brindisi, who's called for a minimum wage of $22, a living wage is sometimes what it's called, of $22. And this has been ongoing. Now, one of the things we didn't hear and people haven't talked about much is the fact that what does a minimum wage actually do? How does it affect the nation? If we were to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, well, back in 2015, the idea was just raising the minimum wage to $10 an hour. And that was reviewed by the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office. And what they found was that we could lose as much as 1 million jobs. 1 million people could lose their jobs because we increase the minimum wage just to $10, from $7.25 to $10.10. Now, we also know that minimum wage actually only affects, and this is something people are always amazed when I mention this to them, only between 2 to 5% of the nation actually makes minimum wage. The big hubbub about this is, I think it's currently 2.5% of the nation actually has minimum wage. Everyone else makes more. And the majority of the people who are making minimum wage are those who are around the age of 20, who are getting their very first job. These are entry-level jobs for the most part. So it's insane that we're even talking about this, but it has a massive effect on the economy. And as we went through this in 2015 in our article, What Does the Proposed Increase in Minimum Wage Really Mean to New Yorkers? It also has an impact across the nation, as we were talking. And we found that Jonathan Meir and Jeremy West of Texas A&M found that their findings are consistent across all data sets, indicating that job growth declines significantly in response to increases in the minimum wage. However, we do not find a corresponding reduction in the level of employment, particularly in specifications that include state-specific trends. Also, David Newmark at the University of California, he states, most studies of the effects of minimum wage on the income distribution in the United States suggest that higher minimum wage does little to reduce poverty. Some low-skilled workers lose their jobs and others fail to find work because of the higher wage floor. And then there's the thought from James Schrager of the University of Chicago, Booth School of Business. It depends on your definition of small business. If a neighborhood restaurant or hardware store, then yes, it could have quite an impact. But if your small business is a technology startup, then probably less so, as you are not likely to employ as many entry-level employees. So what's the upshot of this? In 2015, we had a very clear understanding, as we have seen consistently in reports and studies done by colleges and universities across the nation over many years, raising the unemployment wage hurts the public. It hurts the nation. More people become unemployed. The poor become more poor. It doesn't help anyone. This is going to be important. And that's why I'm going backwards in time. And I know no one remembers this from 2015. But there was a follow-up on this because the CBO not only did a study in 2014, there was another study that was done by the CBO, and this is from July 8th of 2019, the last study that was done that I am aware of. And this one, they went, and because the minimum wage argument went from $10 to talking about $15 an hour, thanks to Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the Democratic Socialists of America and BLM and Antifa, those far left organizations, what we heard is everyone was talking about we need to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Well, when the CBO did this, the Congressional Budget Office, this is a nonpartisan group in the government itself. It has no relation to who's in power. When they again looked at this and updated their numbers to include not just a $10 an hour increase in the minimum wage, but also the $15 an hour wage increase, we got to find out that somewhere, not just 1 million people, but up to 3.5 million people may lose their job because of the increase in the minimum wage. And in fact, there is, while some people would see an increase in their income, there is a growing portion of the poorest of Americans that would lose money and would become even poorer. This is a problem. This is a big deal. Now, this is the first element of what I'm talking about. So from 2015 all the way to roughly today, we know that minimum wage, which has been requested, and everywhere that it has been done, where the minimum wage has been raised to $15 an hour, we have seen this study come true. The CBO has been proven correct. That happened in New York City when they raised the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and then all of the restaurants and the workers at McDonald's and all the fast food, they were fired. We had a large number, about 30% of them were fired, and business went, and the cost of food went higher. We saw this in Seattle and was done there. Everywhere that we've seen the minimum wage increased, we've seen a decrease in the number of workers and an increase in the costs that are related to those businesses. Now, this is important because not only is minimum wage part of what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is promoting and pushing the Democratic Party to move towards, it is also part of what Joe Biden has been running on. This is a Democratic ideal that if they control the Senate, and even without that, with the House and the president, they would be moving forward on this. This will have an impact on the United States. And what we're looking at is, the key to take away is there will be more unemployment and there will be more people who are poor. That's the first thing to keep in mind. Well, let's go backwards in time again on a separate issue. Let's talk about STEM jobs. We've all heard about this before. Science, technology, engineering, math, those kinds of jobs. A very important industry. It is the future of, well, we've been told, the future of the world. Although I personally believe that people working in electricians, carpenters, plumbers, welders, machinists, I think that's one of the most important things for America, and we need to have an emphasis on that for our future because we're running out of people who are qualified in those fields. But we've heard from President Obama and many of the leaders of the nation, they have been pushing on this idea that we must see more STEM workers. There is a problem. In fact, there is a bill, which is the H-1B visa, which is allowing foreigners to come into America for these jobs specifically. And STEM jobs are a big deal. They pay very, very well. And I'm going to go into that in 1 second. But in 2014, there was a study done, and you can see it here. This is from the Center for Immigration Studies, looking on what's the impact of STEM jobs, and is there a shortage of STEM workers? Because in 2014, Democrats, along with a handful of Republicans, were looking to increase the number of foreigners who would be brought into America specifically to run these jobs. Not Americans to fill these jobs, but foreign workers. And the reasoning was there weren't enough people in science, technology, engineering, and math in the United States to fill those jobs. Well, according to the Center for Immigration Studies, in 2014, that's not correct. Only 1/3 of Americans with an undergraduate STEM degree holding a job actually work in STEM occupations. Using the most common definition of STEM jobs, total STEM unemployment in 2012 was 5.3 million workers. That's including foreigners and Native Americans, or Americans born here. But there are 12.1 million STEM degree holders currently in total in the nation. So we have more people who have degrees in science, technology, engineering, and math than there are actual people working in the industry, by 2 to 1. That's a huge difference, especially as businesses and Democrats are asking to increase the number of people who are going to be taken from China, from India, brought to America and given a high-paying job before another American is hired in a position, which is, by the way, in violation of visa regulations. But that's what's happening. That is what has happened. Now, the consensus of this study is there are going to be roughly more Americans, almost 2 to 1, of more Americans who will be in STEM, who qualified for STEM jobs in America. We actually have a glut. We have more Americans than we have the jobs. That was the study in 2014. We followed up that story, matter of fact, in 2014, the June of 2014, as we were talking about then Congressman Richard Hanna, who has since passed, and we do give our condolences about that. Mr. Hanna was an advocate for the STEM jobs, and he wanted to bring that in. But the conclusion and the issue here is there is estimated to be 2 Americans qualified for every 1 STEM job available for the next 10 years. Now, they at the time were trying to pass a bill called HR 2131, the Skills Visa Act, which would give 1.6 million of STEM jobs to foreigners throughout the entire 10-year period. It effectively means that 3.2 million Americans would be blocked from being able to get a job. 3.2 million Americans. And just for a reminder, that's separate of the 3.5 million Americans that could be losing a job because of an increase in the minimum wage to $15 an hour. In total, between these 2 different groups, you're looking at a roughly 7 million jobs that could be lost for Americans. 7 million jobs. That would equate to somewhere around 3.5% unemployment just by itself. That's 3% of unemployment. Now, that's a large number. That's a huge amount of people without work. The STEM jobs, though, goes on because we found, now that was in 2014, how big a deal is it? Well, in 2018, according to U.S. News, an article by Sunita Radu, who is a staff writer there, she was speaking about it, and she found that the 4th annual STEM survey by Emerson shows that 2 out of 5 Americans say STEM worker shortage is a crisis in the United States. Now, this is kind of interesting because students are now twice as likely to study STEM fields compared to their parents. And 52% of parents said there will be more and more STEM jobs in America over the next 10 years. Now, this shortage, as is being reported, affects various industries, with manufacturing alone predicted to need 3.5 million jobs by 2025. But up to 2 million of these positions might go unfilled because it's hard to find qualified people. So again, we're hearing there are jobs, high-paying jobs available in an industry, science, technology, engineering, and math, which is being underutilized and underemphasized. But everyone agrees that this is coming. Well, when we actually look at the STEM jobs, in 2019, 9.9 million jobs, almost 10 million jobs, were in the science, technology, engineering, and math position. And they paid, on average, $86,980 per year, almost $87,000 per year. This data is coming from the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics for 2019. The projection in 2029 is that there will be 10.7 million jobs in STEM, and that and this is an incredible amount. So there is some growth there. Jobs are available, although not as much. But here's the thing. We keep hearing that there is a shortage of these jobs, that there is not enough Americans to fill these positions. Well, that's when we go and we try and understand, where are these jobs going? And this is very important. Now, according to data from the American Affairs, written by Arthur Sherman, we see that he has spoken about this. And one of the things that are very, very troubling is that currently in the United States, and I want to find this, and I just lost it. It's what happens when I go away from where I was at. In 2016 to 17 school year, China was the top origin country for international students in the United States. 33% of them, representing 33% of foreign students in the United States. India had 17%. South Korea and Saudi Arabia had 5% each, and Canada had 3%. Engineering, business management, math, and computer sciences were the top 3 fields of study for international students, accounting for half of all international student enrollments. This is important. We have fewer Americans, supposedly, that are going into STEM fields, although we have more than enough students for a 2-to-1 filling of all the jobs that are available, with jobs continuing to grow over time consistently. And we see that at the same time, we have more students from overseas who are coming into America specifically training for these jobs. And that we have the H-1B visas that are giving these jobs to them instead of to Americans. And I say that because, according to the Economic Times, in their international edition in India, they put out the Democrats flay Donald Trump for announcing new curbs on H-1B visas without public scrutiny. This was on October 8th. October 8th, which I'm sure no one in America heard about it because I didn't notice it at that time either. Most of us missed this. But one of the things that was very important about this is, where is it? The H-1B visa program is a non-immigrant visa that allows U.S. companies to employ foreign workers in specialty occupations that require theoretical or technical expertise. And we have found that, here it is. DHS said that while the program intended to allow employers to fill gaps in their workforce, and remain competitive in the global economy is it has expanded far beyond that, often to the detriment of U.S. workers. Data shows that more than 500,000 H-1B non-immigrants in the United States have been used to displace U.S. workers, which has led to reduced wages in a number of industries and a stagnation of wages in certain occupations. That's important. So in 2014, Democrats were trying to increase the number of foreigners who were getting jobs instead of Americans. We saw that this has continued throughout 2018 up till right now. And Donald Trump, one of the first presidents to step forward and reject increasing. President Obama and Joe Biden, that administration, thought to increase the H-1B visas, as we saw in 2014. We saw that again in 2018. 2016. And we've seen Donald Trump take the opposite position. And in fact, he cut and restricted the number of Chinese non-immigrants that were allowed to have H-1B visa jobs. And the Department of DHS has decided, Homeland Security has decided and shown that 500,000 Americans are being denied jobs worth as much as $86,000 a year on average. This is a problem. And we're seeing now, keep in mind, and I want to tie these two things together. So we're seeing more Americans who are being told that they need to get $15 an hour as a wage, without being told that more of them will be unemployed because of that. So the 2 to 5% of Americans that actually get minimum wage, they're going to make more money, but more Americans that both have entry-level jobs and higher-level jobs will get fired. And many Americans will go from full-time to part-time jobs to make up for that difference, and more people will become poor as the costs go up. At the same time, we have the ability for millions of Americans to get higher paying we're talking middle class here, $87,000 a year jobs that are being taken away from them and given to foreigners. And Democrats have been trying to increase those numbers. So even more of these jobs will go to foreigners rather than Americans who will need these jobs. So they're trying to give Americans a higher wage, but less work, and trying to give foreigners better pay and better work in front of Americans. This is a problem. And we have we know where this pool of students are coming from, these workers, because they're in our universities right now going through the training process from China and from India, which is a problem for the United States. This is a risk, a national risk. Imagine we have more people, at least 500,000 more than should be there, that are working in our sciences, in our technology, in our engineering. And we have problems with China working on these issues. They spy on America all the time, and they're taking away our jobs, and they are doing these jobs, not Americans. And if there is a question about, say, the Chinese nationals and what they may be doing, then we have a big problem to our security of our nation. So these are tied together. Americans are doing worse, foreigners are doing better, and it hurts our economy. Let me continue with this. And again, this is the news that's out there. It's been out there for years. No one's looked at it together. No one's stopped to think about it. And I would say I myself have looked at them as separate issues, not as one issue. But let's continue. And the third part of this, and the part that makes it important, and I'm glad that you're holding on and paying attention to all this. We have Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez as the example. She is the voice of the Democratic Socialists of America. She is the voice of the progressive movement, the far left in America. She is part of that group with Representative Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and Bernie Sanders. This is that wing. And she was one of the leaders saying that we have to get rid of the college student debt. That this is a problem and we have to get rid of this. That we have to absolve this. That we have to waive this or forgive this. However you wish to say it, it's always the same thing. And she made a big point of this when she was talking about her student loan balances that she has $19,000 in student loan debt. Now, before I go further, let me mention to you, she has a degree in, supposedly has a degree in economics. And she's a bartender. That's what she was doing. And I don't mean to knock bartenders. I know many bartenders, great friends. I've seen people grow from being a bartender to do other things because it's a way to pay for some of their bills. For a lot of people, it's an intermediate job to get them from one point in their lives to another. For a lot of people, it is their sole income. And I know many individuals, single moms, single individuals, young and old, that make a very good living off of bartending. So I'm not going to downplay that. But I don't believe anyone, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or anyone else, needed to get a degree and owe $19,000 to be able to mix drinks, to hand out, to be a bartender. I know people who've never made it out of high school who are exceptional bartenders and make a very good living. I know college students who are paying their way through college because they're bartenders. Bartending doesn't require college. But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez wants to complain that she had a degree that she couldn't do anything with, that she was incapable of being able to utilize to its fullest. And that's not to say anything about degrees and majors such as lesbian dance theory. That is a degree. You can take that. Or ethnic studies. What are you going to do with that in the real world? I don't know. There is no position for that unless you became an academic and stuck yourself in colleges to teach even more students about these degrees that actually have no purpose. But separate of that, she talked about this, and then she's insisting that Joe Biden must get rid of these student loans because they are such a bad thing. And many people have been talking about it's not my obligation to pay for someone else's debt. If you wanted to go to college to study lesbian dance theory, that's on you. And you took that loan out, you have to pay it back. And if you can't find a job in lesbian dance theory, well, that's not my problem. If you can't find a job in Africana studies, that's not my fault. There's a lot of basket weaving kind of degrees, that's my term for it, that you can get a degree for. Doesn't mean that there's any legitimate job out there. If you want to be a poet, that's fantastic. There's not a lot of money in being a poet, but you can do it if you want. Now, why should I pay for that? I have no kids in college. Why should I pay for someone else's child to go to college or for some other adult to go to college? Why should we assume that debt? Because waving the debt away, saying it's gone, does not mean that that money is not going to get paid to someone. It is money that is due. Colleges raise their rates because of it. They know the government is going to pay it. Your taxes are going to pay for it. So you, whether you have kids in college or not, whether or not you have children, whether or not you went to college or not, you're going to be paying for someone else. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you're paying for her college degree that she didn't utilize to the best of her ability and became a bartender instead. That's what you're paying for. And she says that Joe Biden can do this. That even though there is no right in the Constitution to allow Joe Biden or any president to remove college debt, that he can do it. This is creating new powers for the presidency that never existed before. It is a fact that the only one who can do this is, in fact, the Congress. The Congress has control of the money of the government. Where we spend our tax dollars is determined by the Congress, not the president. But since Democrats are not confident that they will have control of the Senate, they want to bypass that. They want to bypass the constitutional structure of the government to get things that they want. That's what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and the Democratic Socialists, the progressives, are asking for. To change the rules of the government, to break the government, essentially, and to create new powers locked into the presidency for their advantage. That's kind of scary, because I guarantee you, if President Trump had said he wants to change the rules and create new powers of the president, they would say that he is an overlord and a dictator, and this was horrible for America. But that's exactly what they're asking Joe Biden to do. And they think it's okay. To quote Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, no, it's not a pipe dream at all. In fact, it is a unconstitutional one at that. Now, she also says, well, how much should be forgiven? Because the answer is somewhere between $10,000 and $50,000 have been spoken about in the 2020 election season. And so everyone said, well, we're going to get rid of all of it, or we're going to get rid of part of it. In fact, according to Forbes, when they came out on November 16th, and Zach Friedman had written about this, he wants people to understand they're not going to, at the moment, all student loans are not going to go away. So your student loan that you got already, that's not going to disappear. New students would have that affect them, the next generation. And that's an important thing to understand. This doesn't apply to everyone. People who still have loans from the 1970s that they're paying off, that's not going to happen. If you have it from 2000, you're not going to have that wiped out. Or at least that's what they're talking about now. Yes, they plan to make 2- and 4-year colleges tuition free in the future under Biden, if he is able to get this passed. But that doesn't mean it's going to happen. And there is nothing that guarantees that they'll be able to cancel all or any part of student loans, even the 10%. Although, so far, Joe Biden has stated that he wanted to cancel student loans that applied to those who've been impacted by coronavirus. I don't know anyone in America at this time who has not been impacted by coronavirus. In fact, if we weren't all impacted by it, why are we wearing masks? Why are we hearing governors like Governor Cuomo, Governor Newsom, Governor Whitmer saying that people can't gather for Thanksgiving, that people have to wear masks and we have to social distance? And in fact, just today, we heard that Governor Cuomo is now saying that he's planning, or he may elect, based on his whim, to have New York State shut down again, which would be devastating. It is estimated in New Jersey, it was just reported over the weekend, some 30% of businesses have already closed in New Jersey following, and they were mirroring the policies of New York State. And they're expecting that if they do another shutdown, an additional 40% of businesses would shut down forever in New Jersey. We would expect similar numbers throughout the rest of the nation. We've heard similar things in Colorado, that up to 60% of businesses could close if there is another shutdown, like the national shutdown suggested by Joe Biden's coronavirus czar. But coming back to student loans, that we don't know who would have these loans removed for. But Joe Biden's the only one who would be able to get this done. Well, that's not entirely true. Other people have been talking about this for a while. But the essence of this Forbes piece, in connection to what Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez has said, is there's a lot of miscommunication going around to the public. There's this false belief that the president has some control over this, that there's no consequences to other businesses and industries that rely on those funds must be paid, and that it adds an additional burden onto each and every individual taxpayer, regardless of whether or not you in fact have actually gone to college or have kids who have gone to college. And it's not our fault, and it absolves any of the students for having picked a career that has no end goal, no true purpose. But there's another aspect of this that needs to be understood. What if I were to mention to you that college loans, if we wiped them out 100%, or even got rid of $50,000 of the student loans, or even $10,000 of student loans, what if I told you that was a gift to the Ivy League students, people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who didn't go to a public college, but went to one of the Ivies that went to these exclusive schools? What if I told you that the rich are going to have a better benefit than anyone else, that poor people are going to be hurt
Oh, how about now? Oh, there it is. Okay. Is my... Hang on one second, folks. Unlike the mainstream news media, I don't have a crew of thousands of people to help me do this program. I believe that should have fixed the audio. I thought it was working, then it wasn't. Okay. So I believe I fixed that. Is the audio fixed now? Someone leave me a comment. Joel, tell me, are you able to hear me now? You should be able to. And what I essentially, okay, now you can hear me. Okay. Sorry, folks. So what I showed initially is that there is a coalition. It's now being reported as of about 30 minutes ago by the Wall Street Journal and most other news media that by the end of the week, approximately, there should be a coalition of nations that will be working to free the Strait of Hormuz. There will be escorts by multiple nations, their navies, to escort oil tankers and cargo ships to deliver oil and food around the world. That will help to bring down the price of oil and gas in the United States and globally as well. That's good news, and that's less inflationary. So we're having a very positive impact about that. You have been told by many news media organizations that the price of oil over the last month have been over $100. That's not true. So there's a lot of fear mongering that's been going on as well. While there has been day trading when the markets are closed, like last week about this same time, you saw that the price of oil had gone up to about $107. That wasn't during open markets. That was day traders, essentially, behind the scenes, and they were trading the price of oil, the futures market. But the actual prices have not reached $100 a barrel at this moment. The market is being moved by emotion. And every time there is any victory or any setback in the war with Iran, you will see the price go up or down at any moment, because this isn't based on fact. This is based on impression. And with the news media saying oil prices are $100 or more, well, that drives up the price of oil because it's not at $100 a barrel. And so people are speculating that, like last week when we covered the announcement by Morgan Stanley, they expect the price of oil to go to $150 by next week. That's what they predicted last week. I told you, no, that won't happen. And as we have seen, we haven't even broken $100 a barrel yet. But we will, depending on the announcement, when the announcement comes about the Strait of Hormuz, if more ships are allowed to transfer oil through that 3-mile narrow gap that is currently controlled by Iran, if that is broken and we are able to see ships go through there on a pretty normalized basis, you will see the price of oil drop down to about $90-ish per barrel, if not lower, while the war continues. So we could see some volatility there. Do not get shocked. And you will see some volatility in the price of gasoline as well. Right now, we can see that the current price of gasoline is about $3.70 per gallon in the United States, which is high. It is higher than it has been. A year ago, we were at $3 a barrel, $3 a gallon of gasoline. And a month ago, we were at $3.50. We are now currently at $3.70. That sounds very high. That is very, very short term. And I know it, even for a short term, it is taking more money out of people's pocket right now. But remember, this is nowhere near the high that was achieved under the Biden-Harris administration of $5.01, almost $5.02 a gallon under Joe Biden in August of 2022, actually June of 2022. And that was without a war where the United States was involved. That had nothing to do with the United States. That was purely because of Bidenomics and the fact that the United States was under 22% inflation at that time. We have 3% inflation, 3.5% inflation at this moment. That's about 1% higher than normal. So we are massively different condition than we were under the Biden-Harris administration, under Democrats in 2022. It feels bad right now because the news media makes it sound incredibly bad. This is all short-term speculation. We have not seen the real impact of the oil shortage at this time. I do not believe that you're going to see the panic that Morgan Stanley expects to see. That already happened and it already retreated. We see that the war has a plan, and unless there is a major setback for the United States in some way, we're going to see that price probably, it might get to $105. It probably won't get higher than that. That's all speculation. That's all emotion. That's why news, and I expect this to have a great big impact on the price of oil on Monday, the fact that there will be a coalition, the tankers will be able to get through the Strait of Hormuz faster, and that there will be more oil traveling throughout. And I expect that you will hear some of the countries that will be involved are going to include the Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar. These are just a couple of the countries that must have that oil flow. Remember, it's not just Iranian oil that is being stopped. It's not just oil going to America that's being stopped. This is global. Every country in the world needs this oil, whether it be Japan, the Philippines, Australia, the United Kingdom. Every country needs this. This must flow, or the world essentially goes into another lockdown stop, and the world can't survive that. We know this. So you will see something will be done about this to get the oil tankers through. And you will see that, I expect, in this week. It will happen very quickly. I do not expect the price of oil to get to $150. I said that last week when Morgan Stanley made their announcement. I told you that in this coming week, we could see oil prices hit as high as, gasoline prices hit as high as $4.25 a gallon. I stand by that. Speculation, fear, people hoarding some of their gasoline, these are all factors that they're all fear responses, and the markets react to fear. So we could see that, fearing a greater shortage, fearing retaliation by Iran, you could see oil go to, gasoline go to $4.25 a gallon this week and then drop. I expect that it will hit that peak. You'll hear the announcement of which countries are involved. I expect that to include England will be dragged into this kicking and screaming. Keir Starmer, who is a coward and a failure for the United Kingdom, he will be dragged in kicking and screaming because England needs the oil and they need to maintain their face, their image of power in the world. You will see the United Kingdom will be helping the United States. I expect you will see Saudi Arabia, you will see the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar will all be directly involved in trying to help to make sure the oil will flow. And Iran is being isolated. No one is coming to help them. Not the Chinese, not the Russians, nobody. Nobody wants to be involved on their side of this conflict, which means we will see regime change. And I think as we go forward, you will see this impacted. If it is correct that the new Ayatollah, the son of the prior Ayatollah, Mojeb, is his name, I think that's how it's pronounced, Mojeb, is believed to be injured and or dead. If he is either, especially if he's dead, you will see the price of oil drop. I'm very sure of that. That's my belief. It's not a prediction. I'm not being a stockbroker at this moment, but it is my belief, based on the markets moving on emotion, that will cause a decrease in the price. So a couple of things to look forward to and to plan for. Plan for $4.25 as the peak of oil per gallon. and then a reduction from there. Expect to hear that the Strait of Hormuz, there will be escorts of many of the oil tankers going through that area, and that oil will be slowly but more increasingly flowing throughout the rest of the world, and that will have an impact to reduce the price of oil and the price of gasoline in the United States. Keep in mind, we really haven't seen the impact of Venezuelan oil coming into America. That's something that is coming. We have not seen that priced into the markets yet. That will make a major impact for the United States at the very least. The redirecting of oil from China, the Venezuelan oil, from China to the rest of the world will have an impact as well. So will the fact that China is cut off from the Iranian oil as well. That means more oil for everyone else. So it's not that there isn't enough oil. It's that the oil isn't getting to the destination. That's why the Strait of Hormuz is so important. It's not that oil isn't there. It's that it's not getting to where it needs to go. Once that is freed up, think of it like a highway. If there's a 20-car pileup in a 3-lane highway and there's only 1 lane available, well, everything gets bottlenecked and everyone's going to be delayed by at least an hour in your trip on trying to travel through that space of highway, as opposed to there is no accident and everyone just drives normally. So that's the analogy, that's the image and example that I can give you. Right now, the Strait of Hormuz is like a 2-car, a 3-lane highway that has a multi-car pileup and only 1 lane is available. If the United States is able to do the escort with several other nations, including England, then we will see that open up maybe to 2 lanes, still not the full 3 that would be normal, but at least 2 lanes allowing traffic to get through, and you will see that the prices will drop. Don't buy into the fear. Don't be afraid. Be aware. There is a major difference between the two, and make your plans accordingly. Okay, that being said, so I did want to cover that a little bit with you guys. I think it's important. We were talking. Oh, this is where I left off. So where I left off, there is something that no one has been talking about, and they really should. They really should be talking about this, but they have not been. What's going on in Cuba? If you remember, for 2 weeks now, for about 2 weeks, we had been talking about there were 10 Americans, Cuban Americans, we believe, many of them naturalized, but Americans all the same, that were killed by the country, by the government of Cuba. They were shot down by a patrol boat in Caribbean waters, international. It's disputed. It may have been international waters. It may have been Cuban territorial waters, which means 3 miles from the coast of Cuba. We're not sure. Cuba has said that each and every one of the Americans are instead actually Cuban exiles, and that they were fighting against Cuba, actively shooting at the patrol boat, and 4 Americans were killed and another 6 were injured. Now, we have seen international confirmation of 1 American out of the 4 that died. We don't know who the other 3 are. That has not been confirmed yet. We don't know what's going on with the other 6. The Cubans say they took them in, but they haven't said where they are. Are they in a prison? Are they being interrogated? Are they in a hospital under guard? We don't know. We have not been given that answer. And the problem is there's no update. The media has stopped talking about this. I don't know why. No one seems to know why. Here's one of the latest stories. This came out on the 15th, today. Cuban protesters burned down Communist Party. Okay. Residents take to the streets of Morón, and amid growing frustrations over persistent blackouts, and it's not the U.S. oil blockade, it is the denial of Venezuelan oil, which broke international sanctions. So this is coming from the Telegraph, And the Telegraph is trying to make it seem like the United States did something that was absolutely illegal internationally. That's not true. The United States legally stopped the illegal transfer of oil from Venezuela to Cuba. Mexico, on its own, Mexico, without pressure from the United States, well, not a lot of pressure from the United States, decided that they didn't want to give oil to Cuba either. They cut them off. And that's a problem for Cuba all its own. Cuba made this problem by its own government. So Cuba has a problem, and the people are protesting on this. They burned down one of the communist headquarters in Cuba. That's a major statement. That's a huge protest. That's enormous. I mean, that's like burning down, well, not quite the White House. It's like burning down part of the government offices in Washington, D.C. This is a major political statement. This is perhaps the end of the Cuban government. And this has nothing to do with the United States. The U.S. hasn't done this. This isn't U.S. troops going in. It's not an invasion from Guantanamo into the rest of Cuba. It's not U.S. forces dropping bombs. These are the Cuban people finally fed up with their communist Cuban government. And that's a good thing, because it means there could be change. And this is change that's happening internally. We could only wish that the Iranian people would do the same thing. They don't seem to be. Again, we don't have a lot of access. We don't have the internet available to the world to see what's actually happening in Iran at this moment. We know Iranians are happy, but we don't know if they're willing to take an additional step. They're afraid that the United States will not take the final step of making sure that they are free. Now, some would say that's an invasion. That's what the 2,500 Marines are for. Some say that's just the Iranian people rising up and dethroning the mullahs and the Ayatollah themselves with American support from bombs and such. I don't know what the answer is to that, but I can say that what's happening now in Cuba is significant. We are seeing the world, we are seeing history before our eyes in these last couple of weeks. We are seeing the international power base of the world is shifting. And it is becoming a concrete, absolute fact that the United States is the only superpower of the world. Not just in theory, not just in laughs from the elites at Harvard and over at Columbia. This isn't something that's speculation. It is a hard, fast fact. The United States wants coalitions. We don't need them. The United States wants the world to work with us on our international policy, but we don't need it. And these regimes that have lasted for half a century or more, they are falling. They are falling because they were always weak, and no one had the political will to actually push them off the edge, to actually tip them over and say, you're done. But with a strong president in the United States, we saw many of these nations start to wobble under the Reagan administration when he took down the Soviet Union and caused it to collapse, which was a moment of ground. The world changed on that day. And now under the Trump administration, another strong president, we are seeing Iran is being toppled, and we see that Cuba is falling apart. The world is changing. And with that, international politics changes. But to bring it back, what happened to those Americans? Where is the news? I was searching everywhere that I could. I looked at international news like The Guardian, the BBC. I was looking at the Times of Israel, Nippon News. I was checking The Guardian, every one of the American news stations. I was trying to find anybody that had news about what happened to these people. The last thing we were told is that the United States is doing an investigation on its own. Marco Rubio stated that the Department of Justice is looking into this to see what is the truth. What actually happened to these individuals? Are they American citizens? Are they naturalized citizens? Are they just Cuban exiles? Who are these individuals and what is happening to them? We do not know. And no news media in the world is covering this story. And I don't understand it. This is a story that you would expect ABC, CBS, Axios, Wall Street Journal, Huffington Post, you name it, they should be covering this. They should have some information for the American people on this. There are many, many Americans, Cuban Americans in Florida. I know they want to know what's going on. I'm absolutely sure that Cuban Americans actually know what is happening. I am sure that if you were to ask Cuban Americans down in Miami, they know directly, probably because of ham radios and shortwave radios, they're probably directly in contact with family and friends in Cuba and know exactly what's happening. But the mainstream news media isn't asking them the questions. They're not asking them what happened to those Americans, what's going on. This is in no way to the same scale of a problem as when the Biden-Harris administration abandoned 16,000 Americans in the Sudan back in 2023 when the current Sudan civil war started up. It's not at that level, but it is bad. And it is a problem. It's nowhere near the level of the 40,000 Americans that were abandoned in Haiti when the Haitian gangs decided to take over the government of Haiti, and 40,000 Americans that live in Haiti were abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration. It's not to that degree. It's only 10 Americans. But every American matters to me, and understanding what's happening to them matters to me. It's one thing if they are guilty of trying to overthrow the communist government of Cuba. That's one thing, and that has its own set of repercussions. It is another thing if these individuals were wrongfully killed by the Cuban government, thinking that it could somehow persuade or cajole the American government into giving them oil. That's not the way it happens. That's not how it works. And there are different consequences. I think that this is a story we need to hear more about, and nobody is talking about it. The closest news that you can get to anyone talking about it is this. This comes from USA Today, came out on the 13th. Cuba confirms that they are in talks with the United States. So we are having some positive movement. Now, the main conversation that we're hearing is that the Cuban government is trying to negotiate to maintain its power and still get oil and gas, the natural resources it needs for its country. That they're trying to open up the country partially in conjunction with the United States to get some kind of trade deal with the United States that would allow Cuba to get oil and gas that it needs for its people, even though they're stuck in the 1950s. 1950s cars were not known for their gas efficiency. So this is something that they need. They do need it for their, not just their cars, but also for their hospitals and their general electrical needs, like heating and cooking, light, all that. So this is a big deal. And it is important that the United States is in conversations with Cuba, something that Cuba initially it's been very low key. These conversations have been very much in back rooms and very quiet, but it is a fact. It is happening. So I don't want anyone to think that this has been completely ignored. Those 10 Americans have not been forgotten. There is something that is happening. The problem is we don't know what it is. All we know is that they are in conversations to do something about the oil and the fuel and more commerce, open commerce between Cuba and the United States. I just don't want it to be too late. I don't want to find out that the other 6, what I believe are Cuban Americans, naturalized or born in America, either way, that the other 6 Cuban Americans, that they're dead. I don't want that to be the answer, that they died in custody of Cuba. I don't trust the Cuban government. I believe that they would be happy to interrogate wounded Americans rather than give them medical aid, allow them to heal, even though they may be imprisoned at this moment. I do not trust them. I do not trust that the Cuban government is being honest about what happened to these Cuban Americans on that day 2 weeks ago. I do not trust them. I do not believe them. I think that something is not being told to the American people, and we need to know. Now, a lot of Americans may not remember this. They may have already forgotten this story. I did not, and I will not. Just like I did not forget about the Americans that were abandoned, the 5,000 Americans abandoned by the Biden-Harris administration in Afghanistan, told to find their own way home. I have never forgotten about them or what was done to them, and I will not forget about these Cubans. And I will bring it up on this channel over and over again until we have a definitive answer what happened. Because the world must be very clear. There is no free target on American citizens. Now, if American citizens have committed a crime, then yes, they should be brought through the legal process. They should be adjudicated. They should have to face their crimes if they committed a crime in any foreign country. But for any foreign country to just randomly kill any American citizen, either through an act of terror or through any other action, is unacceptable. Unacceptable. And as the world has come to understand that under a strong president, the United States is a awesome foe indeed, that they should be fearful, because when America does start to move, which is slow, we take forever to take action. But when we do, it is a mighty blow, and the world will feel the rebirth, the impact of this, as we have seen with Venezuela, as we are seeing right now with Cuba, and what we are seeing with Iran. When America decides to take decisive action, the world shakes and prays they aren't the target. And that's a good thing. I know there's a lot of isolationists. There's a bunch of leftists who say that's a terrible thing. No, it's not. It means Americans will be safer everywhere in the world. There are fewer terrorists that will be willing to attack America, fearing retribution. There are fewer countries that will support terrorism or other illegal action against American citizens because they fear retribution. And they should. And they should. That doesn't mean that America gets to have carte blanche and do anything and everything that we want. We are subject to laws and rules just like every other nation, and we must abide by them as individuals and as a government. But at the same time, we cannot allow various governments and organizations and these terrorist groups to take advantage of America because we are kind-hearted, and that because we have a generation that has been indoctrinated to do nothing but comply and hold their heads down. So I think that's pretty damn important there. I mean, I really wish there was more information about this, but there really isn't. Cuba, protesters attacking the ruling party's office amid blackouts. This comes from Deutsche Welle. This is the German news. Again, throughout this, there is no conversation. As much as we are talking about oil blockades, we're talking about enforcing international sanctions, we're talking about the Communist Party of Cuba falling apart, there is no conversation throughout any of this that is saying, what about those American citizens that were shot and under the and held by Cuba at this time? There's just no information on it. No one is covering that. It's upsetting to me. It is upsetting to me. And I know a lot of people may have already forgotten or didn't hear the news in the first place, but we have been covering this for about 2 weeks now. And we have been given updates every time there is an update. We are actively following this. By the way, if there are any Cuban Americans that are watching the program and would like to give us an update, unofficial as it may be, about what's happening to those individuals in Cuba right now, we are more than happy to hear it. Please send me an email, reach out to me, let me know so that we can follow that up and to share that information, even though it may be unofficial, to share that with the rest of the world and the rest of our country. We do care about this. So I want to talk about that because no one else is. And I think they really should. By the way, we should also mention that Cuba at the same time is playing some political games. Cuba is going to be releasing 51 hostages, prisoners, political prisoners, that have been in jail for a decade or more. Now, this is part of a deal with the Vatican. Now, where this deal came from, I don't know. This is out of the blue. I've heard nothing about this, and I don't know many sources or many individuals that did know about this. But it has been announced now that the Vatican has been speaking with the Cuban Communist government, and they have secured the release of at least 51 political prisoners from Cuba. Now, will that include the 6 living remaining Americans that were captured last 2 weeks ago? I don't know. We don't know which prisoners are going to be released. Cuba has indicated, according to the Vatican News, directly from the Vatican, they have indicated that most of these prisoners will be individuals that have been held for 10 years or more. And that these individuals will be released because of good behavior in the prisons, and they will be free once again. But it could, in addition, also include the Americans. Now, I don't know if this is just back channel conversations with the United States and part of those ongoing conversations for Cuba as part of their deal to be able to get fuel, to be able to lift some of the trade sanctions, that they are also releasing some prisoners, which may also include those prisoners from last week. And they're just using the Vatican as a neutral source, someone that is part of the back channel. So it doesn't look like Cuba is capitulating to the United States directly, but they are indirectly acquiescing to the United States, releasing individuals that the United States believes are important, and that may include those prisoners that the news media forgot about. It could be. I would like to think that is the case. I do not know. But I am very interested in finding out the names of the 51 people that do get released, according to the Vatican, and be able to see if that is, in fact, something that was done to help the United States and to save face for the Cuban government. Now, in both these cases, with the Cuban government and with Iran, we're seeing a lot of posturing by governments. Iran is trying to look strong. They're trying to look like they still have control. And if they look like control, then they do have control. Same thing in Cuba. The Cuban government wants to look like they are in complete control. That gives them more leverage in negotiations. It gives them more wiggle room in terms of what they're willing to give up or what they're willing to change so that they are able to survive. Same thing's happening in Iran right now. Iran initially, the foreign minister of Iran, on the first day of the strikes, was immediately coming out to the news media and saying that Iran was willing to negotiate, that they want to make a deal. And you may have heard from various news media sources that Donald Trump has said, no, we're not making a deal. The United States will not, at this time, make a deal for peace. The reason why a lot of people aren't thinking about this, and some people are upset with Donald Trump about this, if we make a deal with the existing government, existing communist government of Cuba, or the existing theological, fanatical government of Iran, those governments get to stay in power. There's a difference between what happened with Maduro and what we're seeing. Maduro didn't make a deal. He's no longer in power. And the government that is in power is changing. It's transitory. It's a short-term government. And all of the Maduro followers, they're losing power. They are out of favor. So that government is going to change. What Iran is trying to do, what Cuba is trying to do, is they want to keep control, communist control for Cuba, theological control for Iran, so that they can maintain their dictatorship over their people, so that their ideology can remain in power. And if it is, then that means, in particular, speaking directly about Iran, this is why it's important. Why should Trump not make a deal with Iran at this moment? Because if he does, global terror will remain at the current, if not higher levels than if they're gone. That's the simple answer. If Donald Trump makes a deal at this moment, that means the Ayatollah will remain the supreme leader of Iran. The IRGC will remain in existence in some form. They will continue to support terror like groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Global terror will continue to exist, being supported by Iran, and you will continue to hear death to America, death to Iran, death to Europe. You will continue to hear that. That will not change. It may decrease for a time, but the threat will remain, and innocent individuals across the globe will die as a result. If we dethrone or remove the government of Iran, the Ayatollah, the mullahs, if they are no longer in power, if they have no ability to continue to wield political power and the rule of the country, the IRGC will be cut off. They will no longer exist. They might become a mercenary group, but they will never have the access to hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars every year to fund global terror around the world. And that means the world will become more stable and more peaceful. So for everyone who's saying, well, we should just have peace, we should just negotiate for peace now, you are actually helping increase the net global terror in the world. Instability in the world will be maintained and increased. We need to have that government gone so that the number one funding source of terror around the world, the number one training ground for terror around the world, will no longer exist. Once that is gone, and I believe this is exactly how Donald Trump, how Pete Hegseth, how most of the Trump administration are looking at this, that once the government is gone, the IRGC have been eliminated as a functional organization. Once their funding to international terror groups has been cut, then sure, let's make the deal, because the world will be in a better place. Virtually any type of government replacing the Ayatollah, replacing the IRGC, will be better than what we have right now. That's what I believe is what's happening right now. But you may disagree. That's fine. I'm happy to hear people who say, well, Mike, no, you're not taking this or that into account. I think I am. And I think that is the reasoning. And I think that's what the threat of 2,500 Marines potentially going into Iran, I think that's what that's all about. I think the Marines will be used to help lift the blockade of the Hormuz Strait, to make sure that more ships will be able to travel through there, more oil and goods will be able to go through the Strait of Hormuz and reach Africa, Southeast Asia, Australia, all the other countries in the world. That to free that up, I think, yes, they will be used specifically to hit targets and to free that up. But I think the threat that those very same Marines could turn around and then invade, I think that's a real threat. I don't want to see it happen. I do not. And if it does, Donald Trump must say that we are taking over Iran, that it will become a Commonwealth of the United States. I've made that clear. That must happen. But if we do not, then we will see the Strait of Hormuz will be opened, international terrorism will be decreased, the price of oil will drop and stabilize, the world will be a better place at the end of the day. I truly believe that. If anyone disagrees with me, I'm happy to hear your reasons why, but I believe that is going to be the case. And again, I think it's going to take 3 to 6 months for that to happen. It's not going to happen in the 2 or 3 weeks that Donald Trump initially promised. He overpromised, and I do not think we will be able to secure that. And I do not want to see Donald Trump do what G.W. Bush did, which is to say that the war is over, like he did in Iraq and Afghanistan. The war is over, but yet we're still fighting. I think that's counterproductive. I think that will be a negative. Donald Trump, the Trump administration, will lose the support of a lot of Americans, not just Democrats, which is a given, but and he never had it in the first place. So that disapproval doesn't really matter. They always disapprove. They've been disapproving of Donald Trump for 10 years. So that's not new, nor does it matter to me. And the fact that people go, oh, but look at the poll and Donald Trump, 60%, 70% of Democrats don't agree. They never did anyway. They've always disagreed. They've always been wrong. So I don't care about that. But I think that Donald Trump would lose, and the Trump administration would lose the support of American citizens if we were to invade, because that does mean that we will lose hundreds of American troops, Marines and others, would die in taking Iran as a commonwealth. We could do it. We could easily do it. And easy meaning in about a year to 2 years, we could take control of that entire country, which is easier said than done. But it will cost lives. It will not be simple. It will not be overnight. It will be bloody. But it can be done. It can be done. By the way, something else that's going to be affecting, and I should have mentioned this earlier, something else that's going to be affecting oil prices that a lot of people haven't taken into account, and that's going to be having a major impact going forward, is the fact that, bang, the United States will be making a refinery. We need this desperately. Part of the reason why oil is so expensive, or gasoline is so expensive in the United States and for the Western Hemisphere, is because the United States isn't refining oil, which is, I've always found that to be ridiculous. I believe we have 2 major refineries in the United States. And so we need another. Actually, I would say 2 more. Here's the thing. We in the United States, we are one of the major producers of oil and natural gas in the world. Oil and natural gas. In fact, under the Trump administration, as the 45th president, the United States became a global exporter of oil and natural gas, something that we did not see under Democrats, and in fact, most Republicans as well. But that oil that we are bringing up, we actually have to send it overseas to foreign countries so it can be processed into gasoline, petroleum, diesel, all the things that we use it for, and then it's shipped back to the United States. That is wasteful, it is time consuming, and it also puts the United States at risk. It's a national security risk, because if someone else has our oil and they are processing it, well, they have control of it. They have it. Possession, as they say, is 9/10 of the law. It's in their hands, in their country. And if we can't process it and they're processing it, well, what if they don't give it to us? Now, that could mean, yes, that would involve another war or trade battles, but it's extra risk and extra damage that is unnecessary. And the United States needs to be more self-sufficient. We've seen that when things are being left in the hands of foreign countries like China, at a whim, China and other countries cut off America or reduce the supply. They affect the supply chain, which hurts the American economy and the American people. And they can do so at will. We saw that last summer in 2025 when China decided that they wanted to cut off the rare earth metals that are required by the United States if you believe in green energy. So you want solar or wind power. We need rare earth metals for that. China controls about 80% of that market. And China last year said they were going to cut the United States off, which created the trade war where we saw tariffs of 150% that were being bandied back and forth on 25, 150% from between the United States and China until a deal was reached, which only emphasized why we need the deal with Greenland so that China can never do that to America again, because they could always do it again. We're in the middle of a war. China could just say, no more computer chips for you, no more rare earth metals. That means we have no more chips, no more circuitry for our weapons and our ships and our helicopters, all of our planes. We won't be able to do that to engage in that war. It will put us at a significant disadvantage and it will cause American troops to die. Thus, we need Greenland to be self-sufficient so that can never happen to us in the middle of a war. Same thing applies for oil as well as any other goods. If we can do that in America, it will save us money, it will save us time, and it will make us self-sufficient. So the fact that for the first time in 50 years, longer than most people have been on the internet, most people who are using the internet today were not born the last time that the United States had built a refinery for oil and gas. Think about that. Most people on the internet today weren't alive the last time we did this. And we did this because we need the control over oil and gas to be able to turn it into gasoline for our cars and diesel for our trucks, heating fuel for when we're in the winter, to help create electricity so that we have lights and food. This is important. This is a big deal. The news media really didn't cover this. This is coming from CNBC. And they're saying, oh my God, it's ridiculous. They're at the same time, CNBC is telling you it's going to be, oil is hovering around $100. It's not $100. It's not. I already showed you the charts. It's not at $100. It's hovering around there because 100 sounds a lot spookier than 95. It sounds like there's a big difference, and 100 is a bigger number and it scares people more. The answer isn't. They love to tell you something that isn't true to fearmonger you. But they can't avoid the fact that having a new refinery is one of the biggest things. The price of oil wouldn't be hovering around 100 if we had built this refinery. The United States, if we have this, once we have this done, then gasoline prices will not fluctuate as significantly here in the United States because it'll be our own refinery. We don't have to ship it. We don't have to wait. It doesn't have to go through the Strait of Hormuz and reach us. We can get it directly, put it on a truck and ship it out, and it will be okay. This is a big deal. This is really a big deal. Most people are not considering this. This is a long-term benefit to the United States. It'll take 5-7 years to build the plant. And then going forward, so in 10 years, 15, 20, 25, for the next 50 years, this will benefit the United States in multiple ways that people are not thinking about. And if you look at the Trump administration, it has become absolutely clear to me that none of the actions he is taking is meant to even consider short-term political gain. These are all long-term policies that have massive benefits to the United States in 5, 10, 20 years. Nothing he is doing has anything to do with the next election or next month's polling. It has nothing to do with that. It has nothing to do with his approval rating. It has to do with making America self-sufficient, and in making America self-sufficient, maintaining our quality of life. No one seems to want to talk about that in the mainstream news media, probably because 90% of them are leftists and they don't like that this is going to be good for America as a capitalist democratic society. They would rather see it be a socialist nation, and that's a problem. That's my opinion. Some people will disagree. User says, oil itself, oil barrels of oil hit $140. I know it's never hit $150. Morgan Stanley last week said they predicted that we would reach an all-time high of $150. That's part of the reason why we see the spike in prices right now. It is that speculation. These are day traders, essentially. Day traders, commodity traders, who are using the fear, the insecurity in the markets to be able to make money, to drive the price up and down with such big inconsistencies. Because the United States doesn't have a refinery, so we can't just increase capacity here in the United States. We could do that with this extra refinery. We can't do it without it. And so they're playing the game, the economic game, and that's sad. I mean, I understand they're making money. It is something you can make money on, but it has a lot of negative consequences to a lot of people. That kind of reminds me, if you did not see this, when I'm talking about the inconsistencies out there, I want you to remember that, where is it? When you're looking for information, remember that AI, here it is, AI is lying to you. And I covered this for an hour yesterday, where I caught ChatGPT, as you can see. And links for everything I'm talking about will be in the description after the show. But we pointed out that the AI, ChatGPT, was filtering both my question and its answer to make it more leftist in the result, to show more of the leftist, democratic, progressive ideology at the end of the day. Now, people say, Mike, but you're just making that up. I did an entire hour yesterday showing every question that I asked of ChatGPT. And the final question I asked in terms of known and suspected acts of terror in the United States since the start of the U.S.-Iran war. And ChatGPT lied. Washington Post lied. They said there was 3. And in fact, and we were able to prove with ChatGPT agreeing with everything we said, that there were in fact 5 acts of known or suspected terrorism in the United States since the start of the U.S.-Iran war. 5, not 3. Why did it mislead us? And you don't have to believe me, because here's the answer from ChatGPT. You're right to call them out. The short answer is they should not have narrowed the question. They should not have manipulated me. They were caught manipulating me, hoping that I would then pass on that manipulation to you, to make you fear and to vote Democrat. At the end of the day, the ultimate goal is what ChatGPT is programmed for, to try and convince you to vote Democrat, to give more power to the progressive socialist ideology. That's the end of the day. That's the conclusion I come to based on what it did and what it was programmed to do. Because it lied. And it gave a lot of reasons why it was lying. But at the end of the day, I gave it an exact, specific question. And it changed the question so it could change the answer, so it could give a more Democrat, progressive friendly answer than I initially asked for. And that's critical. That's why you're seeing so much of news media today is so skewed and so partisan, because it is all about propaganda right now. And we need to ask questions of our government. We have bots all over the place that are lying to us and trying to change us. Again, I will show you. Here is our dedicated bot. This is our troll, Audrey. Democrats have been huge favorites to win the 2026 House on Polymarket odds. When was I talking about the 2026 midterm elections? I didn't talk about whether or not Democrats have an advantage or not, besides the fact that there's historically a slight win. Yeah, they should be. But this is the bots. See, they're trying to change the conversation. They're trying to change the momentum. They're trying to find a way to give Democrats an unwarranted advantage to try and make you decide you're either not going to vote or to vote Democrat. And it doesn't work with me, which is why I ignored the comment, because it's useless. It has nothing to do with what's going on. But that's an AI bot that is looking at the conversation, listening to me, and saying, how can I try and get Republicans and conservatives, independents that are watching this program around the world, how can we change the way they think? How can we change the outcome, which is being independent, asking questions and making up your mind, to a guaranteed on the path to vote Democrat? That's what AI is trying to do. And they're pretty good at it, I have to tell you. I see user has been banned, has a comment here. Let's see if we can bring this up for everybody. Is the system going to work with me? No, oh, there it is. Okay. It says AI should not be relied on for information. Gijo, garbage in, garbage out still applies. Okay. Yeah, that's true. If you start with bad information, you'll get a bad outcome. But that's why we have to ask questions and never accept on face value, especially when we're dealing with AI, anything that it's saying. As you guys see all the time, I'm showing you the sources that I am using to get the information that I am presenting to you. I show you every one of my sources, and I list those sources in the links in the description on YouTube and on Rumble, so that you can look at the information for yourself, because you're an adult, you're intelligent, you can make a choice, you have agency. And so I trust you to make the best choice for you based on the information I am providing. I'm not telling you that you have to agree with me. I'm not telling you that my conclusions are absolute fact. They may not be. They're just the best information I have and the best conclusion I can make based on that information. Take it as you will. But I think it's important. All right. Let me move on. And by the way, what was one of the stories that AI, that ChatGPT did not count? This was not counted by the Washington Post. This was not counted by ChatGPT as an act of known or suspected terrorism. The New York attempted bombing. 2 ISIS supporters charged with attempting to detonate explosive devices during a protest outside Gracie Mansion. This was on March 9th. I asked the question yesterday. I asked ChatGPT yesterday. The article from the Washington Post was on March 13th, which was 4 days after this came out from the Department of Justice of the United States government. So the Washington Post can't say they didn't know about this. ChatGPT cannot say they didn't know about this. This was not included. They said initially they said there was only 3 acts of known or suspected terrorism in America since February 28th. And on March 9th, the Department of Justice said this was a suspected act of terror. It was not on any of their lists. It's just like the left says that they're not violent, but yet look at what they count as an act of violence. Look at what they are actually looking at in their criteria. Washington Post did not believe the Department of Justice. They reported the exact opposite of what the Department of Justice said on March 13th. ChatGPT repeated the lie of Washington Post, a left-leaning organization, lied to the public, and ChatGPT said, no, this isn't an act of terror, even as our government says, yes, it was. I don't know, maybe they were listening to Mandami a little bit too much. Maybe it was Mandami. Because Mandami, he didn't believe it was an act of terror. In fact, Mandami didn't think it was a big deal at all. Come on. Switch over. Waiting for that to come up. Because we know that Mayor Mandami, he thought, well, guess what? It's not a big deal. He didn't even talk about it. He didn't mention that there were two teens that were looking at this as an act of terror, that they were ISIS inspired. Not only ISIS inspired, they claimed to become and be members, supporters of ISIS in America. They were a sleeper cell. They are a sleeper cell of terrorists, 18 and 19 years old. These were not smoke bombs, as it was originally said last week, which I said doesn't make sense. As I was reporting live, as we were getting information last week, we told you, didn't make sense. It's not a smoke bomb. What was described by CNN and other news agencies at the time wasn't some fake bomb. It was a fragmentation grenade, homemade fragmentation grenade. These teens were trying not to scare anyone. They were trying to maim and kill. That's the only purpose of a fragmentation grenade. It is meant to maim and kill as many people as possible. And those teens were throwing that not at just random people. They were throwing it at the protesters, the anti-Muslim protesters, the right-wing protesters, and the police. They didn't care which one they got. And they didn't care if this also affected any of the left-wing protesters that were present as well. They didn't care about killing some of the pro-illegal migration Democrats. They didn't care if they killed them too. It was just meant to kill the people they don't like, which includes the leftists, the pro-immigrant, pro-illegal immigration Democrats. They're on the list too, because ISIS would kill every American, regardless of your political affiliation. Being on the left does not make you safe. In fact, the left is probably more of a target than the right, because the left supports unequivocally the LGBT agenda 100%. And ISIS hates that. The left believes in women absolutely being able to go out and do everything a man can do. Equates men and women as being absolutely equal. ISIS absolutely disagrees with that. ISIS absolutely would kill you for even saying that. And those two teens were ISIS, and they were trying to kill everyone present, the leftists, the right, and the police. And the news media really downplays that. They really have been avoiding mentioning. Those kids didn't care. They were trying to kill everyone on the scene because they were a mob, because they were available. They were getting people on the right, the left, and the police. They were getting all three in one shot, and they tried twice. Thank God they were idiots. Thank God they couldn't do, and to be fair, a fragmentation grenade is actually a rather easy thing to build, and the kids screwed up. Thank God. And it didn't work. Thank God. But they were willing to kill everyone. Leftists were not safe. They were targets just as much as everyone else. But the news media doesn't want to talk about that. They don't want to mention that. And Zoran Mandami, mayor of New York City, absolutely refused to talk about that. This was about white supremacy. No, it wasn't. This was an act against white supremacy, against the MAGA crowd. No, it wasn't. Had nothing to do with that. This was about ISIS. ISIS doesn't care about MAGA. ISIS doesn't care about left or right wing. ISIS only cares about you don't believe what they believe, and they will kill you because of that. It's just that simple. And the mainstream news media, most of the pundits out there won't mention it. And when you do, the left will come back and go, well, you're just being a racist. That is the ideology of ISIS. That is their mantra. That is their core message. It's not racist to tell you this is what they think. This is how they act based on their own words, their own writings. It's amazing to me. It's amazing. And yet we're supposed to believe Zoran Mandami and never question him. You can't question Zoran Mandami. Why not? Well, Zoran Mandami, he's got brown skin. And? Well, he's a Muslim. And? What has that got to do with whether or not I question his ideology or his manner of being an effective, efficient mayor of New York City? When I'm questioning his policy, I didn't say that Zoran Mandami, he's a Muslim. Oh my God. I don't care. I don't care about whether or not he's a Muslim. He could be Jewish. He could be Christian. He could be Lutheran. He could be anything he wants. He could be a Taoist. I don't care. That has nothing to do with, is he good at being a mayor? Does he have good or bad policies? Is he protecting the people of New York City from things they cannot protect themselves from? Or is he inhibiting them and making it more dangerous for them? That's what I care about. But Mike, he's got brown skin, and that's one of the most racist things I ever hear. And I hear this a lot from the left, but you can't question him. He's left. He's got brown skin, Mike. Don't you understand? No, I don't understand that. I don't understand that at all, because that has nothing to do with who he is or what his policy does. And anyone who tells you, oh my God, that's racist. Why? Because they love to say that. It's racist. How? Please tell me how. Why and how is it racist? Is that a policy? Yes. Am I questioning the policy? Yes. How's that racist? Well, because he's Muslim. And I didn't bring that up. I didn't ask about that. I didn't care about that. My question stands whether he could be an atheist. And my question stands. My argument, the debate, the question at hand does not change regardless of whether Zoran Mandami is pink and purple polka dots and he's an atheist. It does not change. So it can't be racist. It's not Islamophobic. It's not any ism or phobe or any of that. It's a legit question, because you can change what Zoran Mandami is, and the question does not change. My question does not change. My opinion does not change, because it doesn't matter what his characteristics are, because I'm not talking about his characteristics. The left is, because they think somehow that's important. They think somehow that changes something. It's annoying to me. It's very aggravating to me. And he wasn't the only one who was completely tone deaf. There's, again, CNN and Abby Phillips, who have since erased and apologized and tried to run away from the abject, absolute racism, the abject, absolute, I don't know what you call it. It's the exact opposite of Islamophobia, I guess, that they were accusing everyone of their statements, their misstatements, their misreading, saying, hey, this was all right. It wasn't that bad. I mean, the kids, they were running around New York City. They came up from Pennsylvania with a couple of hand grenades, as teenagers do. I mean, every teenager runs around with a couple of hand grenades that they just happen to make in their garage. And they just happened to be walking past in Manhattan on a nice warm day and decided to throw their hand grenades into a mob of people, as one does. I mean, kids do that in Kentucky all the time. They do it in Idaho. It's absolutely normal. Well, actually, it is normal in Portland and in Seattle, but let's ignore that for a moment. But for the rest of the world, that's not normal. That's not casual. That is a purposive terror attack. And to call it anything other than a purposive terror attack is to make light of this and to try and cover it up. Why? Because the kids are leftists and they believe in leftist ideology. And the problem with this, and this quote, and again, never forget this. This is from CNN. Let me make it larger for you guys so that you can see this. Let's make sure we make it as large as I can. There we go. So what is it being said here? According to CNN, 2 Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City on Saturday for what could have been a normal day, enjoying the city, with a couple of frag hand grenades, a couple of bombs. In less than an hour, their lives would drastically change because of their own actions, not anyone else, because of their own purpose. As the pair would be arrested correctly and justly arrested for throwing homemade bombs, fragmentation bombs meant to maim and kill. The only purpose of a fragmentation bomb, to maim and kill, during an anti-Muslim protest outside of Mir Zoran Mandami's home, which is free speech. I understand they may have detested the guy, Jake Lang, who is making his detestable speech about how evil he thinks Islam is. Okay, you don't have to like that. And yes, you can protest against that, but it is his free speech. He wasn't trying to harm anyone. He didn't have a weapon. He wasn't running around trying to beat people over the head. He was speaking. You could ignore him. You could protest against him, but you don't get to throw a fragmentation bomb against him. And the police that are separating the crowds, making sure everyone's peaceful, nor do you get to throw a bomb that will kill some of the leftists that say, no, immigration is great and it doesn't matter. You don't get to do that. And CNN wiped this out because they don't want you to think CNN is leftist. They're left-leaning. They try and protect the Democrats at all times. Their ideology, their whole purpose is to try and get you to vote Democrat. And as part of that purpose, they turned an act of terrorism into a casual Saturday morning trip down to the store. They are actively propagandizing and manipulating you. Because at the end of the day, they want you to vote Democrat. They want you to support open border policies. They want you to support getting more of these types of terrorists into America and having more acts of terror in America as long as Democrats get to win. That's a problem. That is insanely a problem. I got a couple of comments here. I see. Let me make sure I can get this up for you. There we go. So Hal says, Jake Lang has bigger problems to worry about these days. Jake Lang is a problem in and of himself. I do not support Jake Lang. I think his comments and his actions are beyond the pale, and I do not support them. I think he's wrong. Now, does that mean does he have a right to have a speech, to speak publicly? Yes, he does. He has a right to say the most obnoxious and terrible things possible. He does have that right. And you have the right to ignore him or to protest against him. And I advise people, go right ahead and do so. But that doesn't mean you get to throw frag grenades at him. And yes, he has other problems, but this should not have been one of them. This should not be. Mandami is targeting Jake Lang to distract from the terror that he was more than happy to allow in this state. And that is a problem. Let's see. Hal says, oh, Mike, you've missed some news about Jake Lang. No, I haven't. I just don't care. Yes, I've read several stories, and perhaps I have missed some of his actions. I've read about what he did in Minnesota. I don't care. I've read about some of the things he said. I don't care. I know how some people are upset about his involvement with January 6th. I don't care. I mean, that's not the story. Those are the distractions. That's not what's important in this case. And none of the things that he's done or alleged to have done justify someone throwing a fragmentation grenade at his feet, trying to kill him, police, and other protesters even anti-protesters. So it's not that I don't know about him. I don't care. Jake Lang isn't the news story. Mondami wants him to be the news story. Mike, but he's such a bad guy. I don't care, because he's not going to win his election. And I don't agree with his rhetoric. And I will denounce him in a heartbeat. He's not the news story. And there's no way to justify acts of terror to silence Jake Lang. That's not the process. Not in America. It might be the process in Iran. In fact, it is the process in Iran, but it's not the process in the United States. So talking about Jake Lang, he's not the story. I don't care what he's done. Nothing he's done justifies what those teens did, those ISIS supporters did. Nothing. So you're not wrong, Hal. I'm not upset with you, Hal. You are correct in what you are bringing up. It's irrelevant, though, because at the end of the day, no matter what you tell me he did at this moment, unless he's physically harmed individuals, which I am not aware of him doing, he's never been accused of attacking and harming human beings, torturing human beings. That's not what he's been accused of. He has rhetoric that's absolutely vile. He hasn't physically attacked anyone. So there's nothing. There's no excuse there. That's why I don't care about it. And yes, you are correct. The left does do this on a regular basis, and I call it out on a regular basis. And I ask people to share this stuff out so that other people will hear this. I want people on the left, the progressive movement, the socialist movement, people all across America to actually consider how you are being manipulated over and over again by elected officials like Zoran Mondami, by news organizations like the Washington Post, by AI like ChatGPT, and how there is a political component to this, which involves the DNC, that you are being manipulated on several levels to achieve a political outcome. And it's not just because, well, Mike, you're a Republican. Yes, I am. That doesn't change what I'm saying. Yes, I have a bias. Absolutely. I've told you that from day one on this channel. I've never hidden that. That doesn't change the facts that we are discussing, nor the outcomes of those facts. At least that's what I believe. And that's something that people like Abby Phillips can't say. Abby Phillips lied to her audience. Thousands of people she lied to, as she got millions of dollars, I believe at least a couple $1 million for her program on CNN. She lied. And then she wrote a tweet and lied even more. She lied about the lie she made in the first place to cover it up, to make it seem like, well, this is all about the right wing, these extremists, this MAGA. That was never the story. Never. If these teens did not try and blow up everyone in front of Gracie Mansion, no one would be talking about Jake Lang. No one cares. No one. It wasn't a news story. Not until a couple of ISIS supporters came over with their homemade bombs and tried to blow everyone up. And Zoran Mondami then covered up for them. That's when this became a news story. And that should be the only aspect of this news story. Let's see. So I was talking a little bit about, hang on a second. So we've been covering a lot of ground. And by the way, in case you didn't know, we were already talking about this. Come on. I hate Restream. We were talking about the fact that the United States, Donald Trump, is not ready to end the war, which makes sense and is actually a good thing. It's not because he's a warmonger. It's not because the United States just want war. It's not because neocons or war hawks. I hear all those things. No, stop and think about it. It may be an advantage for war neocons or those who are very hawkish, military hawks. It may be an advantage for Donald Trump, but that's not the purpose. The purpose is to end terrorism. And to do that, you have to change the political structure or allow the people in Iran to change that political structure, to remove the ability to continue to commit terrorism. If Iran had a different government tomorrow, if tonight the Iranian people rose up, tore down the Ayatollah and the mullahs, removed the ability of the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, to continue to support and fund terror, tomorrow you would see that Donald Trump would make peace. He would go in and, okay, let's have a peace deal. Because the goal, in part, is to remove the continuation of terror. It's just that simple. It's just that simple. I know.
You heard it?
I saw you. You guys don't realize I see you all the time. Sorry, I'm talking to my family. My dog is almost ready to go out. We're almost done with the show, so it kind of works out. By the way, for people who are wondering, Mike, why are you so worried about these things? Where does this all, why does this matter? I want to show you something. This is from the United States government. This is from the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. Okay? Border Protection, to be exact. Okay? This is a report. The United States, when I say there's sleeper cells all across this country and we have to be worried about this, people all go, well, Mike, it's really not that bad. You don't know what you're talking about. It's not that serious. Here's the numbers. These are the numbers right here. U.S. Border Patrol related to encounters with non-U.S. citizens. These are known and suspected terrorists. They came into America year by year. 2018, the number was 6. In 2019, the number was 3. In 2020, the number was 3. In 2021, the number went to 16. 2022, that's 98. In 2023, 172. In 2024, it was 106. Those are exponential increases. This is abnormally high, insanely high. And that's the ones we caught. That number works out to about, that's what? 1, 2, 3. It's about 400. 400 known or suspected terrorists entered the United States under the Biden-Harris administration, under the open border policies of Democrats, which Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic Socialists of America, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Adam Schiff, they all support this. They still want this. Gavin Newsom is fighting for more open borders. It doesn't work. It's not in your benefit. It's a problem. They don't care. Because when you have open borders, you don't know who's coming into your country. And then we find out they're terrorists. And those terrorists try to throw frag grenades at Gracie Mansion. Now, I know the teens were natural born citizens. I know that. I'm making a point here. Because we've seen other things like Fort Hood, San Bernardino, or Orlando. We've seen a lot of cases where we have seen these foreigners, these foreign terrorist cells are in America. They activate and they try and kill people, like over in Austin, like over in Virginia at Old Dominion. We saw that over at the synagogue in Michigan. We've seen this over and over again. Now, I look at that number and that tells me we have a problem that's generational. Because for every one of those people that we caught, there's another person we didn't. 400, that means there's at least 400 known or suspected terrorists in America. Right now, we don't know where they are. We never caught them. That works out to about 8 people in every single state. It only takes one person to drop a plane. It only takes one person to be like Timothy McVeigh. It only takes one. There are 8 in every single state in this country. Every state. And they don't care. Just like those teens, they don't care if you're leftist or if you're on the right, whether you're a socialist or you're an atheist. They don't care. You exist and don't believe exactly what they believe, so they want to kill you. They're from ISIS. They're from Al-Qaeda. They're from the Taliban. They're from Hezbollah. They're from the Houthis. They're from Hamas. They're directly from Iran's religious theocratic government. And they're here to kill you. As the Ayatollah has said for 47 years, on a daily basis, they think America is the great devil. And they want to remove the great devil from the face of the earth. They didn't say, except for all those really nice progressive people. They didn't say that. They have never said that. They don't think that. They don't care. This chart should make you very concerned. And the fact that now that we have it under control, we have a strong president back in place, those numbers are dropping down again. You should be happy. And you should be questioning your Democrats, the progressives, the socialists, the DSA. You should be questioning BLM and Antifa about why they want policies that increase the potential and the risk and the death and the damage of terrorism in America. Why do they want to increase that? And the only answer I get is the reason why they want more of a threat against you is because it gives them more power. That's it. They get to, because you'll scream, do something. We need politicians that will do something. And they will say, we'll do something. Give us the power. They didn't say they were going to, it's like earlier in the show with Bruce Blakeman. They didn't say they're going to fix the problem. They didn't say they're going to make you safe. They said they will do something because that's all you asked them for. Bruce Blakeman, I know you want lower energy costs. Democrats, I know that you want to be safe. Elect me. They didn't say, oh, they're going to make you safe. They didn't say that they're going to fix the problem. They just said they know what you want and they want you to give them power. And sadly, a lot of people don't connect that and they go, well, then they must want to help me. They just want to make America better. They never said that. They never hinted at that. They didn't even pretend. All they said is, I know what you want. Give me power. And by the way, there's a bunch of Republicans that do the same thing. I'm not going to hold them blameless. We have more than enough Republicans that go, I'll do something. Again, Bruce Blakeman, I'll do something. Yeah, what? Oh, he didn't mention that. What he's going to do is nothing. Nothing effective, nothing efficient. But that's another thing altogether. I know. Let's see. Give me a second here. All right, final thing. It won't take long, folks. I wanted to talk about, I hate when politicians say they're going to do something. Okay? This is from New York City, Channel 7, ABC News. Again, I use left-leaning sources whenever possible. ABC News. A guy from Honduras who has been kicked out of the country 4 times. We had open borders. He came back. He just pushed 2 men in front of a subway car. One of the men was an 83-year-old military veteran, Air Force. The man is brain dead now. He effectively killed 1 man and wounded another. He's from Honduras. he should never been in America. This is in New York City. This is under Mondami. Mondami, who wants to reduce the number of police, he wants to have open borders. This guy came to New York because he was in a sanctuary city. He would be protected. It's a sanctuary state and a sanctuary city because Kathy Hochul will protect him too. They said, no. The law says we have to get rid of him. No, follow the law. And instead, they endangered the American people. They allowed a guy into our country who should never be here, who we've tried to get rid of. And every time he came back, he goes back to a sanctuary city. He goes back to a sanctuary state because he will be protected. He can stay longer. And he only became more and more violent. A man is dead. A military veteran is dead. Essentially, he's brain dead. He's dead. Because the left, the Democrats, the progressives said open borders. Just have open borders. We're going to do something. We're going to open the border. We're going to defy Orange Man Bad. Orange Man Bad said close the border. Well, New York City said, no, we're going to keep the border open. We're going to let these people in because you're racist. I don't know how you can be racist. The guy's from Honduras. That's not racist. That's a country. And closing the border, that's closing the border for everyone. That's not racist. It's for everyone. There are people from Africa coming through the southern border. There are people from the Middle East, from the Far East that go through the southern border. It's just a way to enter America. If you close the border, and also the northern border, by the way, the Canadian border, close that down, guess what? It's not about the color of people's skin. Because the people coming in, we know there are Chinese individuals from China that are part of the illegal aliens entering the United States from the north and the south. It's not about race. It's about protecting America. And when we don't protect America, we get this. We get a guy pushing Americans in front of subway cars, killing an 83-year-old man. And it's not like we didn't know that this guy commits a lot of crimes. He's been committing crimes every time he gets caught. It's part of the reason why he gets caught all the time. And in New York and in New York State, Kathy Hochul doesn't want to hand these people over to ICE. Mondami doesn't want to give these people to ICE. They are fighting to keep these illegal aliens from being deported. These are the people they are keeping in our communities. If they were following the law, I want you to think about this because the left will never tell you this. If New York State and New York City were following the law, they caught this guy. He could have been deported. No one would be dead today. Instead, they kept him here to say, screw Donald Trump, Orange Man bad, vote for me. I'm fighting against him. Open border. And now someone's dead. But they won't take the blame for that. That's not their fault. It's not their fault. How could they know? Because they did it. That pissed me off. Okay. So as you heard, my dog wants for a walk. I need to get him out there. I know, deep stuff I want to talk to. Yeah, 4 times. 4 times. User's been banned said 4 times. Yeah, 4 times. He has been deported 4 times. And they keep letting him back into sanctuary cities. We close the border, he doesn't come back. It's that simple. All right, folks, I look forward to seeing your comments after the live stream. In about an hour, I'll have links up of everything that we've discussed so you can see all the sources, all the information for yourself to make your own mind up. I thank you for taking some time out to join us. This is year number 9 of our Sunday live stream. Remember, coming up, we will be having a special event with BronxNet Communications. That's Bronx Community TV. That'll be coming out very shortly. I hope you're going to watch that. In about 2 weeks, is it 2.5 weeks? It'll be my birthday. That's my marathon. Remember, on my birthday, April 6th, I do a 12-hour live stream. We'll be raising money for the Jericho Project because they still need help. So do the homeless and so do families in need. So we'll be raising money for that. I hope you will join us. Tell all your friends. Spend 5 minutes, spend 5 hours. I will be on 12 hours in a row. Hopefully with a couple of guests. All right, folks. With that said, I thank you. I want you to be well. I'll talk to you again very, very soon. Oh, wait a minute. I did it wrong. There we go.